spend hours digging through competitors'
There we go. Hello? There we go. I think that's set. Why is that so loud? Oh, that's... Hello? Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay. Let's see. That audio probably sounds horrible. Let me just listen to that back. I have a feeling my microphone has gone and broken since my headset microphone must have broken since my last live stream, because it no longer seems to work. Yeah, so it does sound horrible, but I don't know that I have anything else I can do at this point. Maybe I can try and figure it out in the air, but in OBS, I'm not doing anything different. When I turn on my headset microphone in OBS, the sound just goes dead. There's no audio out. Let me just try that again. So the audio that you can hear right now is actually the webcam audio, which is really crap. But setting that aside, let's try and focus. Sounds Alright needs noise suppression in OBS. It's my headset microphone sounds a lot better than that. Noise suppression. Let's see. Can I just turn that on somehow in properties? No. Details, defaults? No. Filters. Add. Noise gate, noise suppression. Good quality, more CPU. Okay, noise suppression, close. Does that sound any different? Let me go listen to my audio now. Okay, yeah, noise is gone at least. I'll stick with that for the moment. I need to go launch method, the Aerotow, and then we can get stuck in. What we should do is we should launch, I mean, we could real time, we could go back. I mean, it's local time is 10:51 in the morning. I could go back even further so I have more daylight. I'm going to say like there, and then I know the custom profile is 197 high wind out, and I could go multiplayer. I could go. Is it air live? I think. All players. I think. Right. Let's see what happens. So let me pull in Volanta. So it's let me just pull in here, Castle City, Minden. Okay. Before I take off, there's a couple of things I need to do. I need to just double check. Okay, KMVE. I need to just set up. I'm going to set up the Volanta overlay at the top. KGCK. KGCK. That is where Garden City Regional Airport. That is where I am heading to. That is quite a way. Quite a ways away. That is a long, oh my goodness, that is a long way for a glider. but we're going to try and make it from here to Kansas. We're basically going to try and make it from just outside California all the way to Kansas. How about that? Let me turn on the Volanta overlay. Should come up. Yeah, the Volanta overlay should update and come through. 1,800 kilometers, face blue, smiling. Yeah. So here we are, folks. Thanks for jumping in here. Good luck with the task. Thank you. I have a feeling I've got some like dinner down by my side. Got some sandwiches, some wraps, you know, crisps, yogurt, drink, etc. So see how long I can hack this. So 15 people already in the chat. Well, it's good to see you all. And let me just make sure that my tracker is running. Okay, connected. So my logger says connected, and my tracker is flashing active, and I've got the flight plan. I've got the plan file loaded in. If I go map, that should bring up. I don't know what that is, but is that adding me into the scene? I'm not seeing myself in the game world. Looks good, Georg says. Just looking at the tracker, I'm not seeing myself actually being tracked actively, which I'd like to see that actually there before I start. Maybe reset reload, I'm not sure. Just going to give it a moment because this is going to be a long live stream. I want to get it set up correctly first. Yeah, diapers. For those of you who want to, you can actually track me on Volanta as well. I'm going to be using Volanta to... no, because your flight plan was not uploaded to the SEC group on the tracker server. Okay. Put in the group name. Oh, okay. Oh, group name SSC. Restart the site. Let's just map again. Let's hit map. Allow. Oh, there we go. Okay, right. Cool, so there we go. That's... I see, so... From the airfield, the start gate is here, max 15,000 feet. And then we've got an absolute mission on our hands today. Okay, so I can see myself. There's the track. I can see... Yeah, I can see myself. That's great. So I get rid of that. Put in the group name. Is the flight inspired by Gordon Bottinger and Bruce Campbell? The flight is inspired by Georg, and Georg was inspired probably by them. Yeah. So thank you, Georg. To be fair, when a couple of group flights ago, I just need to get in the air. It's already almost 5 p.m. UK time, so I need to just get in the air. What I want to check first, though, before I go, is I want to go to here. I want to put the ballast up to 100%, and everything else seems okay. Let's go back to what I want to also is the yes. Okay, so there's the start gate. Good. So that the task has actually been brought through into the map, so I'm happy. I'm also heading... Well, which way am I heading, actually? Oh, yes, also. Would not want to take off with those out. Which way am I heading here? Hang on. Oh, yes, so those hills are the ones I want to get over to. This is west. This is west here. And actually, my first thing is over there. So the sun is rising from the east. That's the west. Okay, so cool. I'm as ready now as I will ever be. So let's just get in the air. It's going to be a long one. So come on. There you go. 100% is too much. Oh, ballast was already at maximum. Oh, crap. Okay. Sweet. I just put it back to like 81%, so... So, am I okay now? At about 81%. No, 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 tow plane, tow plane. Don't you nosedive. Why are you... Where is he going? Are you going to continue climbing for me? Thank you. It's fine, it's not a competition. Yeah, that's true. It's not a competition, Georg. It's survival. It's just a personal sense of accomplishment if I even get as far as the destination. So that's the idea. Yeah. These pilots are nuts. So ballast is at 81%. I'm happy to leave it there. And contamination's at 0. The contamination is set to dynamically happen. So I'm going to have to check back on that. %78 ballast if you want to be below max competition weight. Okay, well, I mean, technically I should have done this before I... Oh crap, what have I done? Wait, what have I done? Oh, I just literally turned all my avionics off by accident. 79%, there you go. Hey, got friends. Let's see how far I can go. Yep. I was wondering, got friends, I don't know if anyone else has tried this, but I know that there is a glider in MSFS 2024 that's like a two-seater, and I wonder if anyone has ever tried to use Your Controls, the cockpit sharing app, to actually both fly in the same glider together, which I think would be kind of fun, because if one of you need to go to the bathroom, you can go to use the bathroom and go have dinner, and the other one can fly, you know. Anyway, I need to pay attention because this is about to... he's about to want to disconnect, probably. Hello, Alyssa Noor. Good to see you. I'm about to disconnect from the tow. He's probably going to give me a disconnect. Or he's probably going to just go into a nosedive. Sometimes they would give you like a wing wobble. But maybe this one doesn't. I don't know. We have no sim audio, by the way. Okay, I'll fix that once I disconnect. Thank you, Georg. Okay, I think he's... Yeah, right. Cable released. Let's get this bad boy up. Let's get over to this mountain range here. Which one was it? Oh, I need to hit start, obviously. Right, there you go. Is this going to be live weather? No, it's not live weather. Oh, actually, this isn't even working anyway, so I could just put that up. This is not live weather because what we're using is a very specific weather preset that tries to model wave lift at high altitude. And that's what we're primarily going to be trying to utilize today. Right, now that's set, let me just go to see the sim. Okay. Interesting. Speakers. There we go. I'll set it down to like a bit low, like that. Also, I'm gonna set... Yeah, I'm gonna turn that down slightly just so it... How does the sounds sound okay to you guys now? Hopefully that sounds a bit better. My Volanta overlay has not arrived, which is a bit sad. Let me see if I can kick that into action. There we go. That gives you some sort of a good subtle beep, as it should. Yeah. Okay, sounds is okay now. Great, excellent. Right, got friends. Good subtle beep, excellent. Works now. Now there is sound. Excellent. What is the task and weather ID presets? So the task is called the SSC Minden to Dodge City 1844W. I can pull over. So over there, that's the name of it there. The SSC Minden Dodge City 1844W. Oh, don't know what that is. Get rid of that. Okay. Okay. So let's have a look. So we're going over to this ridge to get altitude, and we need a butt ton of altitude. I know the start gate is over there off my right hand side, so I'm going to come along these ridges. I'm going to try and find some lift. I ultimately need to get up to something like... Oh yes, am I... Yeah, there's a task thread on the SSC Discord. Yes, there is. Thank you. So... I might hit some downdraft coming over through the backside of this mountain range here, because the wind is coming off my nose. Nice 20-knot wind, which is great. It's just that actually I'm already almost at 10,000 feet, which means I've only got 5,000 feet to climb, and then I'm at max altitude for the start. So yeah, there you go. I expected. We're hitting a little bit of rough waves on just coming into the backside of this ridge. Look at the detail. Oh, I love the detail of 2024. Like, see that road like carving its way around that rock side. I was actually I was landing into, where was I landing last night? I was landing an airliner somewhere last night, and I came down over, you know, on short final, and all of a sudden in front of me there was this freeway before the threshold, and all these cars were going along the freeway with their little headlights on, individual headlights illuminating the ground. I was just so taken aback. It was like, wow, like this is what we actually have in 2026, because I guess I still in my brain have the standards of P3D in my brain graphically. Wind will get much stronger at high altitude. Okay, yeah. That is, I'm looking forward to that. So, Georg, is that the task you started in the dark? I tried. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I tried it and couldn't see a thing, not even with night vision goggles. Yes, I think that is. Yeah, Georg says yes. 24 knots now. Okay, we're getting some sync, and that's most likely coming over this. This is not a terribly steep incline for serious updraft. That is steeper. I would ideally want to be over there, but the issue is that my start gate is off to my right hand side. You see, off to my right hand side. So actually I want to go down here, and that's where Georg went when he did. I watched his track file earlier today just to kind of refresh my brain on what was going on. Look at the Look at the resolution of the texture there. The rocky texture there and the trees. That's beautiful. I think this is this on the edge of photogrammetry maybe? I don't know. I'm seeing like individual trees down there. That's beautiful. Yeah, we got ourselves. Okay, I should probably turn off the probably at the point where I could actually probably turn off the thingy now. And there you go. In you go, my man. Hopefully we don't need you for the rest of the day. In we go. Okay, and so here's us. We're at neutral. Flaps neutral. So on my map, I don't know. Is it north up? Is it north up or heading up? Track up. Oh, actually, I'd want that. Actually, that's a good point. How far can I zoom out with that? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, yeah, I think I do need to get a bit further over, a bit further down. There might be some better updraft here. Probably need to be a bit faster as well. Actually, this is slow updraft, so I'm gonna increase some speed here. Yeah, 26 knots, that's not too bad at this altitude. Although we are at 10,000 feet, so maybe that's just part and parcel of... It's a big lake. Okay, in terms of... That might be a good option. Let's just have a look at this little ridge here. I might get a bump off this ridge. Lake Tahoe, yes. Let's see if we get a bump off this ridge. Probably not, it's quite small. If not, I'll go over there because that looks far more sizable. That's not a horrendous amount of... Well, this might be something. It's not a horrendous amount of lift, to be fair, but the higher we get, hopefully the lift will increase. We are right over the top of this little ridge. Nah, this is not much going on here. Yeah, I think we do need to go a little bit further south. These hills just aren't quite... it helps to change to the Google terrain map on your LX. Okay, I could try that. Is it that one? That looks helpful. Yeah, shows the train better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Oh, getting a bit of turbulence. Here we go. I am slipping over the ledge. Oh, that's a strong wind. Goodness me, I'm being pushed over the edge of the... that's not good. Don't want to hit any downdraft. Where can I find the flight plan and weather? You can find it on the SSE Discord. I'm going to head over here. I've got to increase speed as well. So let's go do that. You can go over to the SSE Discord, and you can find it there. If you want to track me, you can track me on Volanta. I'm active on Volanta right now, as you can see. The top right, the top corner of the top bar of the live stream has my thing. I did start earlier than 5:30 because I appreciated that I had to gain 15,000 feet before I even went through the start gate, and then I was like, oh, okay, if I start at 5:30, I might be here until like 1 o'clock in the morning, my time, before I even get into Kansas, so I still don't have a healthy knowledge of just how much time this is actually going to take. Thank you, Georg. I am going to be here all afternoon, evening, and into the night, most likely, so... Yes. Ever since flying with the SSE folks, I've always kind of yearned to do a bit of a longer, more like a longer cross-country challenge. So this, and I had that in my mind to kind of think, oh, that would be really fun to do. And then when I saw Georg's post on Discord, I was like, oh, I need to do that. That's what I've been waiting for. So that's kind of what has inspired. And then I had to wait until a specific day when I could just have the whole evening to myself. My wife and 6-month-old are away at my wife's parents' house at the moment. So that's how I was like, okay, I'll have to wait for a day when I've got the day to myself, you know. So that's better. That's more. There you go. That's a more definitive ridge. I want to go back and forwards across this, I think. Make sure to do tight turns above the steepest bit of the ridge. Figure of 8s. Okay. Cool. And I'm keeping my speed nice and low, so I can hang in that lift as long as possible. Already up through 11,000 feet, and continuing to climb. Yeah, that's a really nice, well-defined ridge there. It's got a little track going up to the top as well. A few trails. What I ultimately want to do is probably get up beyond 15,000 feet and then go and then dive into a zoom and then get up to my max speed so that I'm actually crossing the start line at 15,000 feet, but at max cruise speed as well, so that I can... it's kind of coming to an end, so I'm going to turn around now. Can also zoom in a bit more to the terrain map to see the ridges better. Okay. I see, said the blind man as he picked up his hammer and saw. That makes sense now. Oh, and you can actually see my drift angle, the pink line in my drift angle, that's helpful. Yeah, getting some good lift. It's not shockingly good lift, but it's lift nonetheless. Don't really want to go any slower than this. This is probably slow enough. That's fairly good lift there. $12,000 feet. I feel like I could probably be climbing faster than this. Yeah, I could definitely be climbing faster than this, but then at the same time, I could spend all sorts of time going way off further north, hunting for better lift than this. so that when I finally find that better lift, get up to where I want to be, and then come all the way back, I might as well have just stuck here with this lift. So I'm just being time conscious, and that's part of my challenge this evening, is to say, okay, how far can I really get? Can I complete this task, you know, before I fall asleep at the keyboard tonight? But I want to use my time as efficiently as possible. So, bearing in mind we've got, I don't know what's the actual track mileage of this task, Georg, but it's something upwards of like 900 nautical miles, maybe in the region of 900 nautical miles. I thought it was 1,000, but I like engines on my aircraft, but I gotta say, this looks like a ton of fun. Fascinating. Yeah, classic. I kind of got the gliding bug, and I'm like, oh wow, the fact that this actually, the physics of gliding actually work in the sim, to me was like, oh wow, that's 1,800 kilometers. What is that in nautical miles then? That's because I can't think in kilometers. I'm not a European, Georg. You see. Yeah, we're hitting some good lift now. 36 knot wind. Yeah, actually. I feel like the wind is getting stronger and stronger the higher we go. 36 knots. But the important factor is that you are flying downwind, not along windward ridges the entire task. That's a good point. You know, that extra, you know, 30, 40 knot tailwind the entire way will help. That's a good point. So one of the things I've never really paid much attention to is this this blue thingy. What's it called? The McCready setting. I'm happy to be advised as to what I should actually set for that, and that would show, you know, waypoint arrival AGL above. That's AGL is above ground level, so that's helpful because 995 nautical miles. Wow. So yeah, it is effectively 1,000 nautical miles. When all is said and done, I will have flown more than 1,000 nautical miles if I complete this this evening. Okay, 13,000 feet. Try MCM 3 or 4. Okay. I'm gonna go 3. Now, what does that actually do? Does that what does that change on my? Oh, I see. It does actually change. It changes my waypoint arrival AGL slightly. The higher you set it your MC, the higher you will have to climb to fly that speed. While I was mentally trying to process what you were telling me, I drifted off my my ridge here. So let me get back on here. Where is he headed? I am headed to Kansas, my friend. I'm at Lake Tahoe. I'm just inside Nevada, and I'm headed to Kansas. That's you telling your gliding computer that you plan to fly faster. Oh, I see. So the higher the number, yeah, I should get out. Oh crap! I'm losing this altitude that I gained. I drifted off the ridge. Stupid of me. Let's get back on this ridge. There we go. We get hit with that wave lift. Look at that. Boom, straight in. That's a really definitive cut along that ridge, projected up. 6 to 8 hours. Yeah, basically. That's what I've that is what I've chosen to inflict upon myself this evening for your entertainment and my interest. So it calculates the estimated arrival based on that speed. Yeah, okay. Right. Would it be okay if I join you for a while? If you'd prefer not for your live stream, that's fine. If you mean if you wanted to join me in the sky, that's fine. Did you bring snacks? I did bring snacks. I brought dinner. It's in a bag down next to me. Fly faster than if you didn't increase your... Oh, I need to watch my drift angle. I need to watch the drift angle. I'm now hitting 42 knots crosswind, so I need to pay attention to my drift angle a lot more than... Oh, I'm a bit slow, actually. I'm getting there, though. I'm getting there. Each MC setting gives you a speed to fly. Okay, where's the speed to fly, then? That's not the TAS. Oh, MC 3 knots. It says MC 3 knots. Not quite sure what that means. Use the purple line to aim. Yeah. Or purple, pink. Magenta. Let's call it magenta. I believe it is magenta. It will swing around a lot, yeah. STF is the bottom right, 104 knots. Oh, okay, thank you. So if I change this, oh, I see 94, 104, 113. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to fly, I'd see if I could try and target 113 knots. How long until you can start heading the right way? I need to climb up to above 15,000 feet. You can see my feet down here in this gauge. I'm 13,900. I've got maybe I want to say 4,000 more feet before I start heading to the start gate. So I've not actually started the race technically yet. I'm just gaining starting altitude to go across the start line. Oh, I see. Yeah, the STF is the green line too. Okay, I wondered what that green line was. You want to be over the steepest bits of the ridge. That's where lift is best. Yeah. Okay. Right. So I rather than slightly in front of the windward side of the ridge, I should be like bang on the ridge itself. But the problem is if I'm bang on the ridge, if I slip over slightly, then I'm tanking my lift. Yeah. Look at that crosswind. Goodness sake. Look at that. 46 knots. That's some crosswind component there. Wow. In my attempt, I climbed up to, I think, 22 to 27,000 feet. At that altitude, I could easily hover in one spot. Wow. Wow. So, I think, am I right in saying in America, at least, the altitude cap for gliders is 18,000 feet? I don't think ATC likes gliders going above 18,000 feet for some reason, and it's because of your transponder setting, or it's the avionic suite that you've got, that they don't like aircraft above 18,000 feet that are not really meant to be there, sort of thing, I think. Track up orientation is easier, I find. Yes. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. No. So that's actually got my the magenta line is dead upright. That makes complete sense now. Yeah. Okay, we're making it happen, folks. We're almost at 15,000 feet now. You should turn your oxygen on. Oh crap. Oh crap. Woo! Right. I've never had to do that before. Yeah, thank you. I've never had to do that before in... Oh, I can hear it too. How much oxygen does this have? Do I have enough oxygen to fly 6-8 hours in a glider? That's me sipping my oxygen. Hope you could put a new cylinder in, lol. Yeah. Okay, we're through 15,000, folks. Yeah, you can see in red, it's now gone red, max 15,000, showing that we're above. Yeah, actually should turn again. I want to get maybe 1,000 to 2,000 feet above 15,000 feet. Yes, a listener, it is. It reminds me actually in P3D, the PMDG DC-6 actually had simulated hypoxia. So as a pilot in the DC-6, if you didn't turn on the oxygen or you didn't set the pressurization correctly, the whole screen would gradually go black. And I remember the first time that happened to me in P3D, and I was like, what's going wrong? Until I figured it out. And I think the whole screen went black, and then I gradually came back to consciousness because I turned it on just before I realized. But I've never seen any other aircraft really simulate hypoxia, or the effects of hypoxia, in the MSFS platform at least. Okay, so we've made good progress. Coming up on 15.6, you'd be passed out by now, lol. Yeah, to be fair, I would be. I would definitely have been passed out. You know, everything above 10,000 feet is playing roulette, really. Depending on your blood pressure and a number of different factors. So really, I should have turned it on at 10,000, not at like 14,000 feet. So, well, folks, we're getting ready to turn to the start gate. We've been getting nice, consistent lift on this ridge, which is encouraging. Look how far above the ridge we are, though. We're way up here. That ridge is. So that's this particular weather preset stimulating wave lift, and well, ridge lift that goes up so high that it essentially just becomes wave lift in a basic sort of sense. I believe wave lift is a lot more complicated than just simple ridge lift dynamics. So this weather preset from SSD isn't quite realistic wave lift. I don't know. Does anyone in the gliding community have any idea if they heard anything to the effect that Asobo and Microsoft might have the plans to actually dynamically introduce realistic wave lift into the sim as a thing? Because I know commercial pilots do encounter this quite regularly up at altitude, so it will get even stronger higher up. Wow, I've already gone over 100 messages on the chat, so right, I think 16,200. I think I'm probably ready to I got rough approach. I can see him down there at the airport now. I think how far away from actually, I'm gonna get it a little bit further. Doubt we will get realistic wave lift, but fingers crossed. Yeah. See if I can get just a little bit more altitude here, because the start gate is actually significantly far away. It's not like, you know, for like 2 minutes in that direction. It's actually, do I get a okay, waypoint distance 6, okay, it's only 6.8 nautical miles away, because it's not actually like tens of, no rotor to contend with, or lenticular to mark. Yeah. Let's have a look here. What are people saying here? I have had loose conversations with the server Microsoft. They do plan on adding more to the glider side as a whole with weather, towing, and more systems. But this year specifically is focused elsewhere. Okay, thank you. That does, that is interesting to hear. It would be helpful to add a waypoint +1 arrival height to your display. You will need to plan ahead. It would be helpful to add a waypoint +1 arrival height to your display. So it's saying, okay, so this is saying essentially with my McCready setting that if I hold a speed of 113, I should arrive at my waypoint at 11,200, right? Which means that I could climb another 4,000 feet. If I climb another 4,000 feet and then I head to the waypoint from here at 113 knots, I should then hit it roughly around 15,000. Slide over this to the settings page. Dashboard settings? What we're looking for here? You can customize what on the display. Okay, I don't know that I really want to like mess with it too much, maybe? While I'm, well, maybe I've got the time, because if I start, maybe Georg, I mess around with that when I'm en route, because if I start messing around with that now, I'm going to drift off the ridge and then hit downdraft, and then it's just going to screw me up a bit more. Okay, I'm almost at 17,000 feet. You can add data fields. Oh, okay, cool. 63 knots now. 63 knots of crosswind. You could do it later. Yeah, sounds good. Wow. So if I move the McCready setting higher, and if I say I want to go faster, so basically what the McCready setting is telling me is that if I cruise at a slower speed, I will lose less altitude? Is that a correct thing to say? Because I thought in order to lose the least altitude, you should cruise at a high speed, because you're cruising through dead air and you want to get to the lift as quickly as possible, or as efficiently as possible. So if I turn the McCready setting up, it's saying the faster I cruise to the waypoint, the lower I'll be. It's interesting. Okay, I think at the end of this leg, I'm just going to head to the waypoint now. I think I'm happy with what I've got, so... Okay, so from here on, I'm going to go flaps forward. And I'm going to go. Okay, the faster you fly, the faster you will lose altitude. Okay, that makes sense to me. So if I hit... So... Yeah, you can't fly that fast. IAS is much slower than TS at this altitude. Okay, right. Oh, rough approach is there. Okay, so we're crossing... Okay, we're actually going to be crossing the start line probably about 5:38 p.m. UK time. Okay, I have... Okay, I'm just going to trim so that the aircraft... I don't want to cruise too slowly. But then I don't want to cruise too fast that I'm bleeding altitude unnecessarily. Yeah, be sure to be below. So why is it then, why is it set, why, oh, okay, so the waypoint arrival AGL is talking about waypoint 1. It's not talking about the start gate. I thought it was talking about the start gate. I thought it was talking about the start gate, not... it is an AGL, not AMSL. I thought... Oh, yeah, sorry. Yep. The estimation is AGL. I thought AGL started for... I thought AGL stands for above ground level, but I could... MSL 50. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's just do a bit of a loop. Got 800 feet to lose. You're good. Just lose 1,000. Yeah, that's true. Oh, it is above ground. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go, lads. Right. Hello, Larry. Okay, we are... There we go. 14,917 feet. I'll call that a good start. And we have a 52 knot tailwind, which means... What is our ground speed? I don't know what our ground speed is. Let me just see if I can just trim out the aircraft a little bit and then go over to my second screen. Off he goes. Good luck. Thank you. Oh, I don't want to lose speed. I don't want to lose speed. I was up at a pretty good speed there. Alright, what is my ground speed? Ground speed is 168 knots. Alright, I think I'm going to crack open a Pepsi Max. Whew. Right, so... Now you want to keep your waypoint arrival AGL positive. It is negative. That is not good. It's 60... Okay, it's 60 miles to the next waypoint. How do I keep it... How do I keep that arrival AGL positive? I'm going to have to find more lift between now and then, basically. So this next ridge, I'm going to probably sit on this next ridge. I'm going to have to sit on this next ridge and get some more lift. Currently, you wouldn't make waypoint 1, so slow down a bit. Okay, so just slow down a bit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, right. We're about 70. So if I... 70. Yeah, that says I arrive at this current speed. Yeah, I'd be 900, I'd be about 1,000 feet at the next waypoint. Or find lift, yes. Is the STF in IAS or TAS? STF. Is that... I don't... TAS? 98 knots? You got it, okay. IAS, right. You're a braver man than me, good luck, thank you. Or a stupider man than you are. That could be the potential, Geed. Hey, I've always wanted to kind of do something like this. I think it just the I did actually, you'll find, years ago I flew a Lockheed Constellation across the Atlantic using only stellar navigation in real time. And I started at something like 5 p.m. and I think it was about, oh no, I started in the evening. I intended it to be like a night flight through into the morning, through into New Year's. So I started on like December 31st. I meant to get to America for January the 1st. So it was basically on New Year's Eve, and I think it was about 2-3 o'clock in the morning. I was about 300 miles east of Gander, so I only had like 300 miles to go, and then P3D crashed. The simulator crashed on me. So I'd done all of that stellar navigation using the stars, plotting on Google Earth, drawing all of my star fixes, calculating the estimated drift of where I was, and then correcting for the wind component, all of that jazz, constantly for like 6-7 hours, and I got to about 300 miles east of Gander, and the whole sim packed in. It's just so crushing. That's a nice looking ridge just ahead of me there. I think I'll use that one for my next lift component thingy. Ooh, hello. And then beyond, I'm seeing some more ridges kind of off in that direction. So yeah, it was. I've never tried one. I've never tried a transatlantic stellar navigation trip since. Maybe it's because wiser heads have prevailed, or maybe it's just because I have other things to do in life. Maybe I should again soon. Well, the thing is that we don't really have, currently, we don't really have a faithful representation of a prop liner in MSFS2024 yet, because the PMDG DC6 hasn't been properly brought forward into 2024 from 2020. I'm actually going to see if I can try and hit that ridge, so I'm actually turning off track slightly, just to see if I can grab a few, because now we don't have the 15,000 foot restriction. We could get, up into the 20s, at this stage. If I could get into the 20s at this stage, that would give me much further reach. And if I go to Volanta will actually tell me the direct track. Okay, it's saying that if I was to fly at my current ground speed from here to my destination, it would take me 8 hours to get to my destination. That's my time calculation, which is like 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, Georg, thank you. Are those are Swedish kroner? Are those Swedish kroner? SEK? That's very kind of you. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of lift now, because I know the Norwegian kroner is NOK, N-O-K. I think SEK, is that Swedish, or I could be wrong. Excellent, thank you. God stämning. Tusen tack. Yeah, we're getting some lift now. We will fly along this ridge. Let's get some. There you go. That's the ridge I'm looking at right there. That ridge right there. So we'll fly along this ridge. See what we can pick up. We're actually at 14,000 feet still, so that's interesting. From the start gate to here, we've only lost 900 feet. Or actually 800 feet. So we must have gained some lift in between the start gate and here. Interesting. Interesting. See, I did the TWA flight from San Francisco to Shannon. Should have been London, but the finance program the VA used said the L1649 didn't have that range. Ah, okay. The Red Wing Super Connie with the tip tanks should be coming to 2024 at some point soon. I will be covering that fairly extensively if I can when that releases, because I do want to get back into the prop liners for my YouTube channel. By the way, all waypoints are placed in places where you can get good altitude. Thank you. You have a tailwind, which helps. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So Volanta is taking my ground speed. I think the way Volanta calculates the time to destination is it takes your current ground speed directly towards the waypoint, and if you're flying a direct line constantly at that speed, that's how long it will take you to get there. So it's not really an accurate... That ETA on Volanta will fluctuate. I think I might turn around here. And then fly up along this ridge. Where's my man? Oh, there he is. Rough Approach. How are you doing, Rough Approach? Are you in the chat? Are you in the live stream? I'm guessing you are. Maybe I should slow down. Actually, I should slow down in this lift. Let's actually just pull back slightly and slow down in this lift. There we go. Oh, not too slow. Not too slow. Yes. Oh, it's a shame I can't see Rough Approach on my nav panel. I wonder if that's a setting. I seem to remember when I did the SSC group flights, I could see other people on the nav panel without having to turn anything on. Oh, can't type in VR. Okay, no worries, Rough Approach. No worries. You do your thing, man. You do your VR thing. Hopefully you get some good lift down there, my friend. I feel like I'm on a fairly good consistent ridge here on my panel. So I did the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs. Slightly different ranges, slightly different speeds, but it's all relative, I'm sure. You can see him on the default Bing map on the nav panel. Okay, that's probably why. Yeah, if I go over to the... Can I? He's probably out of range or something. Oh no, that's not the default, is it? Ah. Ah, there you are, my friend. There you are. Let's go back to where I was. Where was I? I was there, I think. There you go. Cool. Up to 16,000. Let's keep it going. So Lake Tahoe is actually over there. That's where I took off from where? Like down here somewhere? I think the airport's like down here in the clouds here somewhere. Yeah. So I actually have gone from this ridge here to where I am now. So I've not really gone that far, to be fair, yet. But I'll be interested to see my track after I finish this, and then put the track into Sim Soaring Lab and see it in its completeness. Okay, I think I'm going to turn around here. So 16,000 feet. Let's fly along this ridge to where we turned around last time, and then let's get back on our course. Highest I was during this flight is 28,000 feet. Goodness me. I did that flight once. Was supposed to be a 13-hour flight, but as I crossed over Gander, I decided to lose oil pressure. Oh, number one decided to lose oil pressure, so it ended up being 15 hours in the Atlantic crossing on 3 engines. Do you know, I remember hearing someone say years ago that the Lockheed Constellation is the world's most reliable 3-engined aircraft. Because the likelihood of at least of one engine failing at some point during a Constellation flight was so high that so many Constellations were like, oh yeah, the engine's failed, yeah, okay, no worries, yeah. That's fine, we'll just, do what we normally do and just finish the flight on 3 engines. 16,000. We'll probably hit 17,000 at the end of this ridge. Let me just grab. There we go. Yeah, so it says we should arrive at the next waypoint at 4,000 feet. So we've gained about 4,000 feet at the arrival waypoint if we cruise at 70 knots, which is a fairly slow cruise speed. Actually, 70 knots is a fairly slow cruise speed. Let's just pop that McCready setting up. Say 82. Yeah, let's say if we cruise at 82 knots. Okay, let's not burn our daylight here. Let's. See if I can gain some speed while I still have some lift. There we go. Okay, now of course yeah, oh my goodness, look at that sink. We just left and went over the ridge, and then we've hit the downdraft of that. That's not good. Yeah, hopefully we're not in that long. Okay, we're 18, okay. It's a bit bumpy. Yeah, well, it's because we're going over these cross peaks, I think. Once I get to this... Let's see. We're going over a very flat area from now on, so... So, true airspeed now is 105. No, is that true? No? Yeah, 105. Let me check what my ground speed is. Oh, 156. Okay, alright. Could you imagine today doing a commercial flight and routinely shutting down one engine, assuming 4-engine aircraft are still predominant? No, I couldn't. It's just a completely different world, isn't it? It's just a completely different world. The standards were... Oh, hello. The standards were very different, weren't they? Let's just bump up. Getting a bit of turbulence. Says we should arrive at our waypoint at 4,000. So I'm hopefully we can. Oh. Actually, why? Where's that lift coming from? That's not a ridge. Interesting. 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 Does it have my ground speed on here somewhere? No. It's probably in the settings. Instrument slot 2. Airspeed. Okay, there was a tiny ridge giving me that lift. Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. I did wonder. It kind of did look like there was something there I was going over. Is there a ground speed setting? I'm not seeing it. Ah, well, that's alright. That's fine. I can always just pop over to Volanta or something for my ground speed. 157. Goodness sake, 157 in a glider. Oh, the grey page for the data fields. Ground speed. If I click ground speed, what does that do? Don't think that's put my ground speed anywhere. Oh, overlay. It's all right. I don't need to like change it too much. I'm happy. I can always just glance at somewhere else. You click on a spot on the display first, then choose below what it should show. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, let's try that. So if I go, what do I want to change? What do I not care about? Task speed, maybe? Okay, let's change task speed to ground speed. There we go. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Got my ground speed now. 155. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Right. Onwards and upwards, lads. Let's see what my ETA is. Okay, so, yeah, I can see now on Volanta, my ETA is now 5 hours and 41 minutes. So you can see how, as soon as you turn towards the track, it's now calculating 150 knots ground speed along the track. Actually, it should give me also, Volanta gives me my remaining nautical miles, which is 872 remaining nautical miles. But actually, I haven't given Volanta my route. All I've given Volanta is my start and my end, and it's drawn a straight line between the two. So it's calculating for a straight line between here and the end. It doesn't appreciate that I'm trying to go along a track, so it will be higher than that. I see you have a waypoint +1 field already on the left center. What is? Oh, okay, yeah, a waypoint +1. What does waypoint +1 mean, Georg? Is that the waypoint after the first waypoint? So is that essentially meaning waypoint 2? Oh, it's 6 o'clock. I might actually start eating some food. It's getting a bit dark as well. If it gets too dark, I might turn on the light in here at some point. But you were saying, Georg, when I first started talking to you about this this plan, that I was able to pause the sim if I needed to, and it wouldn't wreck the track. Obviously, I'll have to do that for using the bathroom, but at least for eating dinner, I should be fine. So what I'm gonna do, guys, so waypoint 2 right now. Oh, okay, so hang on. It's the estimated arrival for the waypoint after the current targeted waypoint. Okay, so you're saying for waypoint 2, if I kept the McCready setting right now, all the way from now until waypoint 2, I would be negative 2,400 feet at waypoint 2. I guess that's helpful. Oh, that's some bad downdraft. Look at that. There be some bad downdraft. But I've got some really nice ridges coming up, so I'm not too worried. You can pause by pressing escape, no problem. Okay, that's good. What I might do is I might quickly just go turn on the light and then it almost looks stable enough that I could potentially go use the bathroom without pausing the thing, but I wouldn't want to trust it. It did look like it was gradually banking to the right there. Okay, so it's saying I should get to my next waypoint in about 6 minutes. So what I might do is I might just pause my microphone, because none of you like the sound of me eating, so I will thank you, Georg, earlier for that donation. That was very kind of you. I don't know if it's popped up in the donation ribbon at the bottom of the live stream. I'm just looking at it now. I'll keep an eye on that. But oh, it was a super chat actually. If it was a super chat, then I can add it to. Let me just add it. Okay, 50 sec. Yeah. It's a super chat. So let me just go. Donations alert. YouTube donate. Okay, here we go. It's There we go. Georg, 50 sec. Thank you. Right, what I will do is I will just pause my mic just so I can start eating. So, but I'm still watching chat. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, you could see there I made a mistake and I drifted over the ridge. To my detriment, I probably lost almost 1,000 foot there in trying to get back. And because my headwind was so strong, I turned into the headwind to get back over to the windward side of the ridge, and then I was basically stuck, which is a bit of a unique situation to be in for me. So that's a good learning curve, just to be very mindful of things like that happening. But let's see, 17,000 feet, making it our way up to 18,000 now. I wonder if at 18,000 feet we should make our way to our next waypoint from here. Okay, so you're saying if I slow down to 50 knots, right, point into wind, slow down to 50 knots. Let's get some, I don't want to stall though, that's my only issue. Oh, ground speed 3 knots, wow. Incredible. Wow. Who would have thought it? 3 knots ground speed. That's so cool. We're basically doing what seagulls do. I'm amazed. This is so cool. Wow. I could just sit here and climb in static. Yeah, just be careful not to fly backwards over the lee side. That's a good point. Wow. Who would have thought it? That human beings could do this? Can you imagine, like, being a human being sat in a glider like this, just sat at like 3 knots ground speed, climbing in something like this? It's incredible. I haven't heard my oxygen system pumping anytime recently, so maybe I'm dead. I'm gonna be late for my appointment. Step on that gas, Captain. It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. City, it's gonna be multiple hours. You could probably go to your appointment and come back and I'd still be here. Okay, I'm at 18,000, still climbing. I feel like maybe it's worth it. The seconds that I'm spending in this lift are all 100% worth it in terms of spending time. I know I've been hanging out on this ridge at waypoint 1 for quite a while now, so maybe I should get my ass in gear and get down to waypoint 2. What I'll do is I'll hit 20,000 feet. I'll hit 20,000 feet, and then we can head. No, you have to land so you can drop me off. I ain't landing anytime soon, as you can see. I'm just going up, not down. As long as you are climbing, you are not losing time. That's a good point. The higher you stay, the better the lift will be on the next ridge. Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to seeing what this looks like in the sim soaring lab. I'll just see my aircraft just doing this, like it almost as if it's slewing. $19,000. This is incredible. This is like cheating. This is genuinely like cheating. I mean, the next ridge I get to, if it's the same as this, I'll just basically go, oh, here we go, turn around, park myself like in a car park, in like nose into the wind, and just go whoop. So Siddy, you are in Twitch. Why aren't yours coming up on the chat window? Oh, that's a good point. I thought. Hang on. That's a good point. Embedded chat settings. I thought both Twitch and yeah, he's on YouTube, but your comments should be coming through on the in-stream chat as well. Oh, they are actually. They are on the screen. I see what you mean. Yeah, on your Twitch stream, on your Twitch page, they're not coming through. But it's because he's on YouTube. But on the actual live stream, you can see everyone's comments in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen. That should be. Yeah, it must be chilly up here. Yeah, no, it is, I'm sure. Right, guys. Yeah, that's 20,000 feet right there. I am... I'm going to increase some speed, and I am gonna get gone. But I'm going to be hitting some horrendous downdraft off the backside of that peak. So I'm going to just turn around and look. Maybe it's a softer incline off the backside of this peak on my right-hand side, so I might actually fly along this ridge, and once this ridge peters out, then I'll turn right so that I don't have as bad an amount of downdraft off that versus that, if that makes sense. And in the meantime, what I'll do is I'll just get up to speed. Okay, so it's saying, McCready's saying I should be 4,300 feet at my next waypoint. And waypoint 3, I'll be 100 feet. So... interesting. Okay, still climbing up through 20,000 feet now. This is incredible. I never really thought a glider could get up this high and do this, but here we are. Okay, I'm going to do a slow right-hand bank and just come off the tail of this ridge. Go through this valley and hope that there's not... Yeah, the lift should be dying just about now. Yes, Alogi. I have an oxygen tank off along the back side of me there. I think maybe I've ran out of oxygen, maybe? I don't know, because I'm not hearing the actual tss, tss anymore. Okay, here we go. Where's my main man? There he is. Rough approach. 18,000 feet. Nice one. Yeah, we're hitting some downdraft anyway over these bits here. Yeah, oxygen, a warm jacket, and sunscreen. That's right. And a bottle, and an empty bottle to pee in. Don't forget. There, we'd not get far without an empty bottle. Who needs oxygen anyway? I know, right? I mean, that's kind of... Well, actually, when the human being breathes, you only actually consume about, what, 20% of the oxygen that's in the air that you've just breathed? Which is why you can breathe into a bag multiple times before you pass out, because there's still oxygen in that breath that you've breathed out. It's just your lungs have only scrubbed like 20%-ish or something like that. I can't remember. Anyway, not advisable. Don't do that at home, kids. Yeah. I'd increase the MC. Okay. Oh, it was sat at like 1. Aim for 90 to 100 maybe. Should be doable. Okay. Right. Let's nose over a little bit. Get some more speed here. Yeah, 2,800 feet. Yeah, we don't want to be... Problem is, going over these bits here, we're gonna get some bumps. Not much we can really do about that, though. So the McCready setting is 104, and we're at 96 knots. So we need to. Our ground speed's 209 knots, though. That's incredible. You can see the time to go to the waypoint data field. 17 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, 17 minutes. I mean, we're making our way... Oh my goodness. I mean, I just don't know how long it's going to take me to get across the flatlands. Because once... The Rockies is one thing. You've got lift in the Rockies, but once you get across... I'm really going to have to trust in this wave lift concept. Because I'm not feeling any wave lift at 19,000 feet at the moment. Okay, there's my next waypoint. And there's two sets of ridges in between me and there. So it's not like end of the world. Yeah, I can see them off my nose. There's the first ridge and then the second ridge there. You'll need a good last climb before leaving the Rockies. I bet. Definitely bet. Yeah. Yeah, so Volanta now currently says 4 hours at this current pace. So... Waypoint 10 is when I leave the Rockies. And you've made waypoint 10 a really nice ridge. And then it's going to have to be probably a straight glide from waypoint 10. Yeah, must have been insane doing this in the dark in real life. And minus degrees as well. Yeah, incredible. Yeah. People are crazy. Human beings do crazy things. I think we sometimes forget that. But human beings are built to do crazy things. That's definitely... Woo! Up we go. Oh, no, and then down we go. Ah, that was short-lived. Yes. Ooh! Now that is called turbulence. What am I doing here? Let's see, I wonder if I could actually just... see if I could just trim out and then set some really nice chase plane views. I've never really done this in the glider. Just trim slightly. I think that's okay. Okay, let's try and set up some nice chase plane views here. Oh no, no, that doesn't work. For some reason, in some aircraft, I don't understand why, but in some aircraft, the key bindings are set strangely. But that doesn't happen in all aircraft. Whenever I'm changing the view and chase plane, all of a sudden, it like manipulates the trim or something. That's weird. That I'm not going to do. Okay, I'm not going to do that again. I'll have to adjust my chase plane views another day. Yeah, I think rough approach. Yeah, no, he's still back there. I can't see how high he is. He's not quite as high as I am, but he's back there. I can't see any of his data from here. So it means he's probably a bit... Oh, no, there he is now. Okay, so 15,000 feet, 15,600 feet. Yeah. 3.56 nautical miles behind me, so... Yeah. He's still back there. I can't see him on the tracker who is. But, I should be up at 100 knots, actually. Let's get back up to 100 knots. 17,000 feet, that's not good. Maybe this ridge directly ahead, as I get up to the peak, I'll just do a 90-degree turn to the left, run along the ridge, and then continue on my way. So I won't hang around there too long, but I'll hang around there enough just to maybe grab 1,000 feet. Oh, that's a bad sink. Yeah, it's going over the backsides of these mountains here. Oof. Oh dear, look at that. It's not good. Yeah, we'll have to... I think I'll grab a little bit of extra altitude here at this ridge. That's when you speed up, so you are out of the sink faster. Yeah, well, that's a good point. Actually, I should probably do that. But in order to speed up, I have to nose down, and in nosing down, I lose more altitude anyway, so I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get to this ridge a little bit faster here. Because I know there's going to be guaranteed lift on this ridge. I might as well get there sooner rather than later. So my AGL above ground level is 11,000 feet. My MSL above mean sea level is 16,000 feet, which is what I've been going on so far. Maybe I should actually, going over the Rockies now, I should be thinking only in AGL. So I need to be getting up to 15,000, 20,000 feet AGL for that wave lift, as opposed to MSL. Yeah, as long as you're way positive for the next waypoint, you're good. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, 2,600 feet. With more than enough altitude to be able to get to ridges faster and get lift faster, so I should probably be a bit more aggressive while I can, which is a good point. 9 minutes to the next waypoint, so... And that'll be waypoint 2. So... 179 knots ground speed. Task time... Oh, that's alright. I've already been at this an hour. Is the task time... Did that start at the start gate? Or did that start when I took off? That probably started at the start gate. So that means that's been an hour since the start gate. Already. Goodness sake. I guess it is quarter to 7 p.m. So... when I need to do a bathroom break, I'm just going to have to hit exit, run upstairs, you have a bathroom break nice and quick, and then come back down, and then unpause, because I don't really want to spend any longer than I have to. It starts at the start. Yeah, thanks. Thought so. Right, so this ridge here, I'm going to just fly along. I don't think it's going to give me much, just by the look of the thing. It doesn't look particularly erect, shall we say. And then we've got to, well, should I actually, screw that. I'm just going to get over to more sizable. I'm going to push ahead. Look at those peaks with the snow on them. I'm going to push ahead to there. Yeah. I just grab a little bit of cheeky lift in this air that seems to be going upwards ever so slightly. There you go. Okay, I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna push ahead. Yeah, good. I'm not gonna bother wasting my time on that. That ridge just doesn't look worth me spending the time when I've got this ridge ahead of me that I could be climbing on. So. Because I mean, I'm at AGL 8,000 feet. I do need to get back up to, you know, plus 10, 15, ideally 20,000 feet AGL before I move on again, I think. That's what's really going to save me the time in the long run. Rough approach has gained on me. He's down at 13,900 feet. Good work. That's probably MSL. Indicated MSL. Well, not indicated. That's probably MSL that is being displayed for rough approach. So he's only about 2,000 feet below me. Well, maybe, yeah. Your waypoint +1 is negative 4,400, so you got to at least climb 5,000 feet the next waypoint. Yeah. Yeah, I do need to do some serious climbing at this next one. These snow-capped peaks in the off my 12 o'clock look just the job. There's a good serious-looking ridge up there that... I mean, look at this terrain, though. When you think about the amount of... just the sheer level of space that America has, that, like, is just... nothing's being done with it. It's just there. I mean, they're not using it for anything. I mean, it's just incredible how much space America has. Compared to anything we have in Europe, we just don't have anything. Like, the entirety of one European country could fit within the Rockies, and with room to spare, and no one would bat an eyelid. You know? I mean, look at this. This could be the surface of a planet. Like, this could be the surface of the moon. It's incredible. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's called Fly Over Land for a reason, yeah. Yeah. 5 minutes to the waypoint. And then, yeah, so essentially 5 minutes to this ridge. Which is good. 53 knot. Yeah, no civilization here at all. I mean, those roads I'm looking at down there are, like, if you broke down, I wonder how many hours it would take someone to come and help fix your car or pick you up. If you had to make a phone call out there. I mean, would you even have mobile phone reception? Probably don't even have cell reception out there. You probably have to take, like, satellite phones out there, because it's just nothing. Imagine having a little cabin in the woods up in here, though. Wouldn't that just be beautiful? And probably a bit scary, because you're just so far away from anyone else that, well, maybe you're not so far away, in quotes. Maybe there's towns and stuff and filling stations at some point, you know, 15, 20, 30 miles away, but still, it looks, from up here, it looks definitely very, very bleak. Okay. So, 84 knots, 160 ground speed, and we're not running into any lift yet, but we should do. That massive peak is what I'm heading for there. You haven't left it. You haven't even left state yet. Yeah, still in Nevada. I know, and just incredible. Nevada strikes me as the kind of state that no one really. The only thing anyone would want to go to Nevada for, well, I shouldn't say that. That sounds mean, but I feel like the only thing globally that anyone ever knows Nevada for is Vegas. And so whenever anyone thinks Nevada, they think, oh, of course, gambling and Vegas. Let's go do that. But then there's so much more in Nevada than just Vegas. Like, I just when you look at this, you think, goodness me, like, all of the people in Nevada who like the outdoors, they have all of this to themselves, and then all of the guys who would annoy them, like, crowd into Vegas, and so they have Vegas for all the people they don't like, or the people that would annoy them, and then all of the outdoorsmen are like, that's fine, you all go to Vegas and we'll have the countryside. You know? Right, 2 minutes to the waypoint. Once we get to the waypoint, we're gonna stick our backside to that peak and get some altitude. We've got a 51 knot tailwind, so I will swoop back and forwards a bit on the ridges. And then once the wind is high enough, I might just park myself like I did but last time, and just take the elevator up, you know. Right, what is this peak? There's the waypoint. The waypoint's probably parked right on that peak. Actually, that's a good point. Is anyone in chat looking forward to the Inibuilds L1011? Because I've been like a schoolboy. I've been re-watching the two videos that feature the L1011 so far. The one released by Inibuilds and the Microsoft live stream where Chewy was streaming with the same guy, and they did another flight. Those two videos so far are the only two videos we have of the L1011, and I'm basically just watching them and then re-watching them because I'm looking forward to it so much. 80-90% of Nevada is owned by the feds. It's has 15 to 20 villages and 3 cities. Oh wow, that's incredible. It's called Arc Dome, that peak. Okay. Huh. Cool. Yeah. So actually, yeah, I am. I've watched the video at least 5 times. Yep. I'm with you, classic jet sim pilot. I'm with you on that one. I did ask them if I could help beta test it, or at least I could like do like pre-release live streaming of it as a YouTuber. But no one's like replied to my comments on the forum. So I have a feeling they'll reserve like the pre-release live stream ability for like the big famous YouTubers. And then people like me are probably not going to see it until release day, which, you know, I think I can live with that, I guess. Right, there's waypoint 2. Right, let's get ourselves some, oh yes. Don't you mind if I do. I'm gonna take me that lift there. That's a nice lift there. Oh yeah. Right, so the AGL is like 4,000 feet. Yeah, you've reached out as well, have you? Yeah. Yeah, I can't blame you. I can't wait for it, really. I'm really interested in the Lytton INS and what it's going to do I'm going to really be digging into the Lytton INS nav system and compare and contrasting it to the SIVA INS and what differences there are between those two systems. So, Rough Approach is here with me. He's here. He's just below me. Right, I've got to zoom in here a bit. It's hard to see what's on that peak. I need a defined ridge, really, to run along. I'm gonna run along that ridge there, just behind me. So. Or maybe I could just sit at like. Yeah. I could just pull in here and yeah, I think I might just sit here for as long as I can. That's pretty consistent lift. I've got to watch this though. I can't take my eyes off it because yeah, I've got serious altitude to gain here, because my next waypoint arrival in is 106 miles, 107 miles to get there, and the waypoint arrival is negative 3,000 feet, so at 104 on the McCready. Just subscribe to your channel. Looks like lots of content for me to catch up on. Thank you, Alogi. Yeah. Oh, I've got content going back years into P3D, which you probably, at this point in life, don't want to go back and look at. But there's some interesting vintage stuff, like the Connie and the Strata Cruiser and the DC-6. Probably got some DC3 stuff. But mostly I stick around. I try and focus on vintage airliners and GA. So that's why I'm so looking forward to the L1011. I'm going to feature the L1011 quite heavily on my channel. I'm really thinking of, for airliners, for vintage jetliners, I'm going to be featuring the 727, the L1011, the 747-100, and the A300B4 from Just Flight. And those are going to cover the whole range from short haul, medium haul, long haul, pre-GPS airliner ops, which for me, I'm really looking forward to getting into that. So yeah, really looking forward to the L1011. Before the end of this month, we're going to have it in our hands. Can't wait. We're not really climbing right now, actually. We're probably just sat in the middle of nowhere. Big inspiration for what I do. Oh, thank you. The steeper ridge is behind you. Yeah, I think I do need to transition to... The steeper ridge is behind me. Oh, you mean that one? That's massive. But then there is one like medium size, so yeah, well... I'm still climbing. Am I climbing? Yeah, I'm climbing. Even though I'm climbing in with a tailwind. Georg, what's happening? Help! I'm climbing in it with a tailwind. What is this magic? This isn't supposed to happen. Where is Rough Approach? Last time I saw him, he's literally like right below me. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he seems he's okay. He's on there. Yeah, we also have the F70 and F100. I'm not as interested in that because it's not a pre-GPS airliner. It's got an FMC and stuff, which I mean I know Just Flight's going to do their absolute best, and it's going to be an absolute cracker of an aircraft. I'm sure, and everyone's looking forward to it. It's not quite. It wouldn't be my cup of tea for my YouTube channel because it's not pre-GPS. That's all. Now you're in the sync side. Yeah. Well, I'm not syncing right now, but I wonder if it's best for me just to get over to that one, because that one looks... I think actually I'm kind of wasting my time now at this point here, because all these ridges, these aren't particularly well-defined ridges, but that ridge over there is very well-defined. It looks very... It looks good. So I think I might just punch it over to that one. I've got 100 nautical miles to go, so... look at the map, easier to look at than looking at the train. I suppose so. I suppose I could... Oh, crap. If I just follow the map... Okay, here's a ridge. Alright, here's the ridge. Oh, I see, that's the backside and that's the front. Oh, okay. Of course. Now I get it. Now I get it. Thank you. There you go. I'll see some climbing. I probably lost a fair amount of altitude just in that one maneuver, but oh, I was seeing the Inibuilds L1011 video, and I thought, oh my goodness, if you could make the VC10 to this level, Inibuilds, that would be incredible. I have talked to Just Flight about because they're the only ones that have done a VC10 for anything, and no, I'm being absolutely tanked here. This is crap. Okay, screw that. I'm bailing out of this. I'm gonna go over to this one over here. Sorry, I couldn't make any of that work. It's just too cloud. Those Nah, there's no ridges there for me. I'm not seeing that. I'm probably tanking all of my... But I know I'll get good ridge lift on this next one. This is a really well-defined, big, aggressive, gradual gradation upwards that I think I'll get. But like, there were like small ridges, but those peaks are all very cloudy. There's not like a defined front for the air. DC-8 would also be nice. So do you know Alogi, the guy who did the DC-9 SkySim? He is doing the DC-8 for 2024. I know that for a fact. He's doing the DC-8. Actually, for those of you who are interested or not interested at all in SkySim because of the quality that he's done recently. Oh crap! What have I done? Okay. He is still patching the DC-9. And I have been helping to beta test for him the patches that he's been developing for the DC-9. So there's going to be a new update for the DC-9 coming out soon, and I will do a video of the updated DC-9 before the patch is released, because he said I could do that. So I'm going to do that, and that should come out probably next week. The update will probably come out next week as well, he said. So there's that. But he said he's doing the DC-9 at some point, so not that it's officially announced. I probably shouldn't have said that, so yeah. Yeah. I like how my finished arrival AGL is negative 76,000 feet. That's like in the mantle of the Earth. That's like that's not the core, but that's like, you know, in that graphic of the Earth's crust and the mantle, the upper mantle, and then the inner core. That's like inside the mantle of the Earth. Anyway, but the VC10 would be amazing if we had a modern VC10 for 2024 done by Anybuilds or done by Just Flight. I mean, when people get their hands on a VC10. It kind of shocks them, because if they've ever gotten their hands on a 707, when you compare the two, there is no competition. The VC10 just beats the socks off a 707 in terms of performance, speed, landing distance, takeoff distance. I mean, it was an absolute engineering marvel. It was an absolute crime that the VC10 was so underused and underappreciated for its time. But then, that's what we do as British people. We shoot ourselves in the foot at every given opportunity. And then we complain about it. So, BAC-111 would also be fun. Yes, definitely. I would love one of them. The last time I flew one of them was for, there's a Just Flight 111 for FSX and P3D. There's also, oh, I can't remember the name of it now. The first commercial prop liner ever. I can visualize it now. I can't remember what it's called, but anyway. So this is a very nice looking ridge here. I flew for Northwest Islands, so the DC-9 is close to my heart. I'm rooting for SkySim so much. Good to hear he is still working on it. He's gotten a lot of negative press, and I think it's because so much quality has moved on from the P3D days. But he has come up to the plate and released his add-on for MSFS. Not I think appreciating how much higher people expect the quality bar to be. And he released his product, and everyone was like, lol, you're charging that for that? And so he really needs to pull himself up and really do better on the visuals and the systems. But he's getting there. He's getting there. Why am I not getting like bucket loads of lift over this right now? I should be getting bucket loads of lift here. Why am I not getting lift over this? This is massive. Rough approach is soaring past. Okay. Okay, right. Just need to give it a second. Yeah, zoom in on the map. Yeah, so in a few seconds it should kick me in the backside and I should be climbing dramatically. Well, yeah, lots of micro ridges. But that's consistent lift. I like that. I'll take it. Okay, I think I might circle in that area there. There you go. Yes, I am on the Southeast Asia server. One of the guys, Rough Approach, is with me. Try the Google Maps. Yeah, it's kind of cyan looking. Like... that one. Yeah, this might actually be more helpful. Yes. Ooh, there's a ridge. There's a ridge along there that I think I can hit. Well, I mean, I can see it on the map. I don't know how cool it's going to be. How cool it's going to be visually. I don't really know what I'm looking at, but if it's on the map, then it's on the map. Yeah, I might just run along this ridge here. Yeah. There you go. There we go. That's what we want. Nice and strong. That's my lift there. Right, I'm gonna circle in this definitely. Nice. Perfect placement. Exactly where I want to be. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Look at 86 nautical miles to go to the next waypoint. I'm only just barely gaining altitude on that next waypoint. But I'm guessing I should be able to hit more lift before we... What I really want to do is get up into this wave lift. And if this wave lift is all it's cracked up to be, then I don't have to stop at every single ridge I come to. I think that's going to be an issue. Georg, do you think if I hit like upwards of 20,000 feet MSL, that I would finally get into some wave lift, do you think? Oh, rough approach. I'm on the SSE tracker map with Group Global. Okay. There is no wave lift as such. Okay, so it's basically just glorified ridge lift, just extrapolated quite high up. So essentially, I do just need to stick to... I do just need to stick to ridge lift, but then the trick is getting up as high as I can, because the higher I go, the stronger the tailwind will be, which will make me faster and more efficient cross country. So that makes sense. Eight 8.5 meters a second sustained. 8.5 meters a second positive. That's good. It's a nice little pocket I found just here. If I can just ride this back and forwards, it'll get me up to 20,000 MSL pretty quickly. I mean, I'm only 9,000 feet AGL, and I've only just made 1,000 feet on my waypoint now. I feel like maybe, yeah, I can see rough approach is way ahead of me now. I feel like maybe now I'm probably in a good spot to just continue on the journey, because there'll be more lift later on. Don't really feel like I need to sit here for too much longer. Then that's just me. Yeah, six ground speed. Yeah, this is me hanging in the air now. But I got places to be and people to see, so I think maybe I should. But then I don't want to get absolutely screwed by the downdraft on the backside of this thing. But then I might just have no choice in order to get to the next spot, you know? Still getting really good lift, but it's going to come to an end any minute now, and I need to start building speed now more than anything else. So I need to start transitioning into speed. Thank you very much. Oh, that's grim. Alright, okay, good to know, Georg, thanks. That's grim right there, look at that. Oh. This is insane, good job for evening thinking of this, yeah. Well, I was, PW5, I was going to do this at, like, I was going to start at 9 AM in the morning, like, UK time, and then fly all the way through the day, but then I realized, just, I also didn't want to give up a whole day's work just to sit here through the day, and then I thought, well, if it's a Friday that I do this, Friday evening's going to be more, you know, more people are going to be able to watch, you know, in different time zones on a Friday evening than you know, Friday morning, because people will still be at work as well. So I thought I'll shift it to evening, and we may be here until like 1 o'clock in the morning. If that's how long it takes, then so be it, you know. But I wanna see if I can get this done. Okay, looks like we're out of most of the worst of the bad downdraft. Maybe there's a ridge. Yeah, there's a ridge coming up, a small one here. But we're 80 nautical miles away from our waypoint 3, and if we stick at 104 knots, we should. If we stick at 104 knots, we should make it there all the way to with 1,000 feet AGL left, which I'm not terribly confident about. But we will grab some more lift before then. 80 nautical miles definitely will grab some more lift before then. Oh, look at that downdraft! Oh my goodness, that's horrible. Hopefully we get some updraft over these areas here. Let's just go and check Volanta here. Okay, yeah, you can see in Volanta I'm making my way gradually, but you know, it's going to be years by the time I've got 759 nautical miles left to go. And it says again about 4 hours 17 minutes on Volanta to be done if I went direct with this speed, but of course that's not going to happen. You can read that all up at the top though, I think, can't you? Yeah, the ETA is 23:37? 23:39. Basically, it's saying my ETA is midnight. UK time midnight is my ETA. So that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's like four-ish hours. Yeah. So we've still got a ways to go. But we'll see what we can do. Getting up to about 94, 95 knots, which is getting closer to my McCready setting. The trim is smoothed itself out, so I can actually go hands off, and I can adjust my buttocks that are going to start to ache quite a lot. And at some point, I'm going to need to go use the bathroom. Yeah, I've been chasing ridges. Been chasing ridges since I started. Yeah, there's a ridge here along. It extends. I'm planning once I get up to about here to just turn and go along this ridge. So I'm gonna kind of turn on to my 1 o'clock and just ride along that, and see what we can get. I'm quite amazed at how many people are actually still watching. I kind of expected to start the live stream and there might be like 2 people watching, and then in like 3 hours time, I might get a 3rd person watching, and then by the end I might have like 10 people watching. It's usually the way my live streams work, but I see Rough Approach out there doing the Lord's work in the great state of Nevada that we're still in. Goodness sake. Right, if I'm going to run along this ridge. See, this terrain, I feel like it's not really representing on... Well, maybe it is. Okay, there's that ridge, I think. Yeah, there's that ridge. Is there that ridge? Yeah, okay. See what we can do. Okay, we are getting a little bit of positive now. We just match up our predicted drift line along that ridge. There we go. There we go. Speak to me. Speak to me. There we go. Can't see you both in game, unfortunately. Okay. I'm on the Southeast Asia server. So, and if you can actually, if you go on Volanta FK, you can actually see my Volanta track. I'm actively tracking on Volanta, so that might give you a pinpoint as to exactly where I am. Right, you can see how horrendously off track I am. The aircraft is pointing this way, and I'm actually drifting that way. So actually my drift angle is way off to the side here. But I am drifting along this peak. 60 knot wind is coming over this ridge, so yeah. There's another peak, there's another ridge over there, which when I get to the end of this one, I might jump over to that one there. Okay, I think it's dying now. Yeah, there's a ridge. I can see it on the map now. Trying to just speed up. Trying to now translate. I'm going to try and transition from low speed to high speed without losing altitude, and using the updraft to feed energy back into the airframe as opposed to feed energy into altitude. Sometimes I don't quite get that transition quite well, but this is a nice ridge. I can see the defined, you can see this defined ridge here, and the wind should be fine over that ridge to give us some good lift. There you go. That's a really nice definition there. Look at that. And the wind is hitting it right on, so we should, in a moment, actually, we might actually be able to park ourselves like we did before, almost with ground speed 0, and just go up like an elevator. I don't know where... I don't see rough approach at the moment, but I'm sure he's... Oh, he was way off, like, northeast when I last checked, I think. Okay, here goes. There we go. That's what we want. Just to sit right here. Along this ridge. A little bit further forward. We'll get there. We should get some good lift. Consistent lift, at least. Like Georg said, I think I need to be a little bit closer to the actual ridge itself. Not so on the line that if I slip over, I immediately get smacked by downdraft. But you can see the big fat green line shows that I'm getting consistent lift along that windward face. But there's the backside of a ridge just to the... So I don't want to hit the backside of that ridge and... Okay, we'll run backwards along this ridge and then we'll get back on course. Always remembering that I have... It's about distance as much as anything else, so yeah, it's not really as effective as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be... We're actually losing... Why are we losing altitude? We should not be losing altitude. That's just my bad handling, I think. Oh, well, oh, I know why. It's because we're, It's because we've got a tailwind now. That was the wind wasn't as flat on the peak as I thought it was. That's what that was about. So I didn't really gain a huge amount there. Anyway, let's gain some speed and get back on task. Yeah, I want to be as close to the top of the ridge as possible. Yeah. Right, onwards and upwards. Okay, let's just zoom out a bit. Yeah, that's where the steepest and best lift is. Okay. So we're AGL 9000, and the waypoint we should be about 2,400 feet AGL. So we've got room. We've got room now. It's not as bad as it was. In the last 40 miles, we've gained more altitude, which is good. I feel for time's sake, I don't know that I want to actually stop at this next set of mountains. They don't look... I don't think they look good enough for me to waste time there. I think I'm going to just push ahead, because on the horizon I do see another chain of mountains. I think I can get across this next stretch. Okay. And I'm going 180 knots, so... yeah, so I can see on the edge of the ridge there is yeah, waypoint 3 does look like it has a really nice, well-defined Troy Peak. Yeah, waypoint 3 does look like it has a really well-defined ridge, which will be good. So I think the sooner we get there, the better. Yeah, best to climb at the waypoints and then fly direct to the next one, I think. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Oh, look, we are getting a little bit of... It's going to fluctuate as we go over these. What's your task speed at? Task time? Coming up to 2 hours. What, you mean the McCready setting? Or tasks... Your task speed at? My McCready setting's at 104. I'm dancing around like high 90 knots, so I'm close to my McCready setting. Ever so slightly under my McCready setting. Oh, there's rough approach. He's further north than I am. Are you actually doing the same track file as me, rough approach? I'm assuming you are, rather than just joyriding around the sky. I don't know, but then I mean it's going to be a long flight. I don't know if you were prepared to stick with me all the way, rough approach, but yeah, just let me know. Let's see. I feel like I'm looking at the distance out to that ridge of peaks, and I'm looking at the ground below me. I think I'm going to have to be careful if I want to get across this vast expanse without gaining some altitude here. Well, it says I can. Well, okay, I'm going to trust my McCready. I'm going to trust my McCready that I could get there with 2,000 foot AGL to spare. There are a few tiny little bits and pieces here and there if I need them. Yeah, actually no, there's a ridge, there's some low ridges that might give me a little bit of help along the way if I need it. I'm actually, well, yeah, I'm in a downdraft at the moment. There's a box that will show you your average speed over the task. We use them quite a lot in racing tasks. Numbers don't lie, that's a good point. Well, I'll trust my McCready setting there, Georg, and head out over this vast expanse. So, PW5, so there's a box that will show your average speed over the task. Where would I find that? I'd probably find that on the true average knots. I might change to, what was that? Your task speed. Task speed, there we go. Now if I go back, there you go, task speed, 95 knots. So far my task speed is 95 knots, which is close to what I'm at now. Which means, Georg, would you say so that's basically, since the start gate, I've done an average of 95 knots. I'd say that's actually not too bad. The question, PW5, is what do you think that's a good task speed so far, or? I guess it depends on what you're planning on doing with your McCready setting, and based on the terrain and everything, and where you think you can get your lift, and where you think you can put your speed down and get from A to B quicker. This is some nice. Look at those cliffs. Again, amazing, just amazing, the terrain. Look at that ridge line. Doesn't that look beautiful? Look at that. I'm doing all right. Okay. Excellent. Good to know. I mean, the one thing I'm forgetting is that up here I'm doing 165 knots ground speed. So if I think of if I think about a Cessna 172, I'm going on average faster than a Cessna 172 cruises, I mean, yeah. So I'm doing okay, I think. That's actually pretty good on a task like this. I'd be shocked to have an average speed like that, even on a real ridge task. Okay. I think it's probably just the weather setting and the wind setting I have is just creating very ideal conditions for a task like this, I guess. So it's like Georg said, the real life task that the guys who did this in real life took them 12 hours. But for us, with the ideal wind settings and ridge lift and everything, I guess it would take us less. The only thing is in the sim, of course, we don't have wave lift. You want to line up the magenta line with your task route as close as possible. Okay. Yes, good. That's a good practice. What a strange landscape. No, look, I mean, look at the little volcanic eruption things, volcanoes and whatnot, and Just that's strange. This genuinely you could call this like that. You could be forgiven for thinking this is the surface of the moon, genuinely, or the surface of Mars. That there be a good looking ridge. Yeah. 30 minutes? No, 9 minutes to the waypoint. Is this the one Guido did in his Arcus J? Talk to Georg. I can't remember the guy's name. That's the man. I have a question. Is there a way in which you can show the pilot visibly in the cockpit and then also in the external camera? Is there a button for that? I'm not seeing it. Might be somewhere, I'm not sure. Some aircraft do have the pilots visible, and some don't. It's just a thing. I don't know, but it's not a setting that I think I have incorrectly set in my settings or anything. I see Rough Approach is back there. Rough Approach, you were way in front of me at once, and then now you're like way behind me. What's going on, man? Are you just going home, or are you on the way as well? No, mine isn't visible from the external. For some reason, I'm looking at this ridge ahead of me, and this is going to be such good lift here. I am also genuinely kind of amazed that I've managed. Hey, Ian, good to see you. I'm also kind of amazed that I've managed to get this far from my last point of lift. I looked out to the horizon to this line of ridge, and I thought, there's no way I can glide that far. I feel like maybe I should stick around and get more altitude where I was. And then I just, like Georg said, trust your McCready setting. And here we are. Apparently it is true. That's some weird looking things. What are they over there? Lakes? Oh, they're like crop circle things. Where you, it's like a farm. Yeah, Ian, we are doing 1,000 nautical mile cross-country gliding challenge through the Central Rockies. It's going to take a while. I might be here to midnight. Yeah, sorry I can't spell particularly well. I've got some pictures of that Arcus J sitting next to his JS3 and P51. Nice. Nice. This line of ridges looks amazing. We're going to have a lot of fun with this. I think with that ridge just there, that long line of ridges, we could easily be seeing like 20,000 feet before we need to move on again. I think once I get to this next ridge, I'm just going to pause it and go use the bathroom. Wow, we've already gone quite a ways. So the aircraft always likes to gradually bank to the right whenever I'm not touching it. So, I mean, I guess I could just put in a little bit of left rudder, and that would just counteract that. I've got Yeah, I've got stuttering going on. I seem to remember that was the multiplayer stuttering that I had before. Like VATSIM stutter. I wonder if actually will it do anything? It won't do anything to my track file if I come off the live server, the multiplayer server, would it? Don't think so. This ridge is going to be absolutely amazing for lift. This is incredible. This is perfect. What I'm going to do though before I get there is I'm going to just pause the sim. When I'm in the menu, I might jump into the menu, turn off multiplayer. I'm sorry, rough approach. I might just have to leave you because I don't want to sit here for the rest of the day with like a laggy sim, and the lag has been introduced since I turned the sim on, and I think it's to do with the multiplayer setting. Changing servers should be okay. I'm just going to switch off multiplayer. I'm just going to go into the settings and do that, and then while I'm in the settings, I'm going to leave it in the settings, go use the bathroom, come back, and then click enter again. So I might get a little bit closer to this ridge before I do that though. Yeah, I can see those stutters. I mean, you guys can still follow me on Volanta. You can still, if you Google Volanta and you open up the web browser, even if you don't have it installed on your PC, you can open up the web browser of Volanta and you can see where I am. Okay, I'm going to try it. I'm going to just go settings, online, multiplayer. Have I just turn off multiplayer like that? Right, I'm going to go use the bathroom and then I'll be back in a momento. Okay, saving back. Moment of truth, resume. No, that's still pretty glitchy. I mean, it's not too bad. It might clear itself up. Might clear itself up. Look at that ridge ahead of me. That's incredible, isn't it? Zoom in. Just curious on your thoughts on immersion. Some people really get hung up on something relatively trivial ruining immersion, but for me, I'm pretty relaxed about it. Did your computer download an update in the meantime? I don't think so. I mean, not got anything running that I shouldn't have. No. Oh, we'll just see. We'll just see how it goes. It's okay. I mean, it's still miles better than P3D ever was. So, and you know, stutter to me is all relative. Like, I remember stutter being like really bad. The stutter that we had to put up with in P3D was atrocious. In comparison with today's like version of stutter, like it was not flyable. I remember when I first got into MSFS 2020, immediately my landings became so much better because I actually had smooth frame rate to actually like properly feather in a nice touchdown on final approach, versus P3D it was just like you just point it at the runway and hope for the best, because you only have, you know, 8 frames in between now and touchdown. So I guess you're kind of in the ballpark of a mediocre landing, you know, like that's how bad it was sometimes. The Google Map causes that for me. Oh, it could be the Google Maps. Oh yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Let's go back to something that's not Google Maps. That's not Google Maps, I don't think. Okay, in that case, shall we go back on multiplayer? Rough Approach, you still around? Do you want me back on multiplayer, Rough Approach? Let's do that. Let's just pop back for him, because he did come to hang out with us here. So multiplayer back on, save and back and resume. Right, Rough Approach, I should be back. Oh, guys, the amount of lift we're going to get off this ridge is going to be epic. Does it help seeing what you're doing in near enough real time? What do you mean? Right, lads. To the moon, Alice! To the moon! If anyone gets that reference, then you can be my friend. Oh, lads. Thank you, Gail. If it was you, Gail, that made this task, then thank you for this waypoint. This is what I've been waiting for. Oh, yes, that's the sound I want. Lads, that's the sound we want. No, 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 no. Don't want to go over the other side of the ridge. Stay. That was aimed at the stutter conversation and it being impossible to land. Oh, okay, yeah. I can see you in multiplayer, and I can see you in multiplayer until I change the launch method tow plane on the pre-flight map. Really strange. Oh, okay. Yes, happy beeps. Happy beeps. Yeah, this is the one for me. Oh, there's Rough Approach. He's behind us. Yay! He's back. I'm back. We're back. Oh, I'm just thinking now. Actually, we should double check if we've had any bugs since, as in buggy bugs. Contamination level is at 0%. So I'm guessing we've not really hit any bugs in between here and Lake Tahoe, so that's good. It's funny how like I go off and I come back and I'm still like right where rough approach. Oh, he kind of caught me back up. Yay! Hello, my man. Meow. Nice. The honeymooners, Jackie Gleason. Yes, Eleanor. That was more my dad's era, to be fair, than mine. But you pick things up, don't you? Oh, I'm glad you got that, Eleanor. Oh. Oh, look at this, lads. This is prime. This is a prime ridge. Other people talk about prime steaks. We talk about prime ridges here. Look at that. That is it, lads. You couldn't get better than that. Let's just listen to that beep more. I'm old, but I only saw it in reruns. Ah, okay. Pretty sure my dad remembers it like on TV, but I could be wrong. Maybe he saw reruns as well, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure when he was a kid he saw it on TV. Another thing, I'll tell you a story about my dad. So my dad's from California. That's where he was born and grew up. But he's been over in the UK now for so many years that he's been kind of anglicized, right? But all of our lives, us kids have known that he's a big Star Trek fan, right? And every now and then, whenever like he's got some time to himself, he might like pop on a little Star Trek episode, you know. And so we've known for, you know, all our lives that he's a Star Trek fan. You know, original series, you know, OG. And then several years back, he told us this story. He told us the story of when he was a kid in Los Angeles. He must have been, I don't know, 7, like, you know, a kid. And his dad comes in one day, and my dad sat in front of the TV, and his dad, my grandfather, comes in one day, and he says, hey, do you want to come with me to the Hollywood lot? No, it wasn't Hollywood, but it was wherever it was that Star Trek was actually being filmed in California. And he said, do you want to come with me to see the filming of this new TV show that's coming out soon? It's called Star Trek. And this was like season 1, episode 1 of Star Trek, right? And my dad, as like a 6 or 7-year-old, kind of said, "Oh no, I'm okay." And then for the rest of his life, he's this massive Star Trek fan. And all of us kids, when my dad was telling us this, were like, our minds were being blown. Like, no, what? You had the chance to go see the set of the original Star Trek, and you said no? But of course, like, when you're 6 or 7, it's like, oh, I've got my TV show here that I'm watching. I don't want to go all the way across town to see some random thing, you know? Burbank, that's it, thank you. He was close to Burbank. He was more, he was kind of southwest of, kind of southwest of Van Nuys. He was just about southwest of Van Nuys. He showed me on the map once where he grew up, but his dad owned a clothing shop on something Boulevard, and it was like one of these really nice suit shops where all the actors and things would go and get their nice, you know, all of Hollywood would go. It was a really good, prestigious, line of shops, and it was a good area. And then he said at some point after the war, the location of a lot of filming and Hollywood, the Hollywood scene shifted, and then all of a sudden the commerce on that particular boulevard, something boulevard, I can't remember what it's called, dropped off, and then they eventually closed the shop, and he went out of business. But yeah. Yeah, so my grandfather, my dad's dad, flew B-17s in the war, and I have a lot of my grandfather's original war files, documentation. I have his scans of his combat reports over Germany, and I have a log of all of his mission logs. And upstairs in my workroom, I have on the wall. My dad actually did this for me. I have one of the cloth maps that my grandfather would have used when he got in the plane and flew over Germany. They would have these big cloth maps that you would unwrap, and I have it framed upstairs. And it's really cool because you can see across Germany in 1944, 1943. You can see they've actually put in where all the Autobahn is. But of course, in the war, the Autobahn wasn't completed, so like you can see sections of the Autobahn, but it's not completely all joined up yet. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, okay, rough approach. Are you off now? Yeah, thank you very much for joining me. Yeah, no worries for the lack of comms, man. It's fine. Yeah, no worries. Thanks. No, I'm definitely not on live weather, the Grey Noah. The weather setup is a weather preset offered by the it's offered by the SSC Flight Club, the Glider Club. They offer through their club a ton of different weather presets specifically for gliding, and this is one of them. Yeah, that'd be fascinating to pore over against a modern map. Yeah, I bet a lot of the transport infrastructure. What I've actually done, what I also have is black and white photos looking down out of the Bombay doors of my grandfather's B-17 as his bombs drop, and you can see the ground below and what it is he's bombing. I have a picture of him bombing. There's a town north of Munich. I can't remember what it's called now off the top of my head. If I could pull up Google Maps, I could tell you. Actually, let me try and pull up Google Maps here on my second screen. The sim is going to look really jittery while I do this because DLSS is disengaged on that screen. Let me go have a look at Munich. I'll get the name of it here. Ingolstadt. There it is. So I have Ingolstadt is just north of Munich, and I have black and white photos of my grandfather bombing the Ingolstadt train station, or the rail depot, in the war. And there are some other black and white photos of bomb drops that I have that I've matched up with Google Maps, exactly matched up with Google Maps, and I can tell exactly where in the photos bombs have dropped on Google Maps based off of those photos. What is was called, you mean? I don't know what you mean, FK. Okay, guys. We've been on this ridge a while. Oh, what was the town called? Ingolstadt, north of Munich. My grandfather was bombing the Ingolstadt. I have pictures of him bombing the Ingolstadt rail depot in the war. Amongst other places. In Germany, of course. And he flew out of a... I wouldn't leave this ridge. No, I wouldn't either. It's a good one, isn't it? I feel like it's worth getting up to like 20,000 feet AGL. Well, not AGL, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than this. Okay. Yeah. Oh. I'm gonna try and hug this ridge as best as I can. Coming up through 18,000 feet. Two hours 20 since the beginning of the task. Ground speed is down to 15 knots. I went up to 21,000 AMSL here, yeah. Nice. Ooh. No, don't wanna... I do not want a degradation of my lift here, my man. Once you are in a good spot, just point your nose into wind. Yeah. That's probably a good idea. Still got a fair amount of this ridge along to go, so... Yeah, so my grandfather flew out of a UK base called Kimbolton, which isn't there anymore, it's just a grass field, but I'm thinking of actually modeling the World War II airbase of Kimbolton for MSFS 2024. Because I'm thinking of actually doing some documentaries about my grandfather's military career, and using the B-17 from Microprose in 2024, and then see if I can model his Kimbolton airfield. And then make some documentaries on his military career, because I've got a fair amount of the documentation that he gave my dad, and then my dad's given me. How realistic are the aerodynamics of this glider? Pretty realistic. Talk to Georg. He's in the chat. He would know a lot about the ins and outs of this. But this is the AS33ME. It's from Gottfriends, and it's a very, very realistic glider. It's very, very, yeah, it's very good. I've loved it ever since I got it. Really, really good, solid glider, and very high performing. And I would say it's very, very good. Okay, we're pretty much parked right now. We are pretty much parked. So because the wind is so strong and we're basically nose into wind, we're just going up like an elevator. Yo, bruv, love your stream. Let's sometimes play together and share tips together. Let's connect on Discord. Oh, are we going but oh no. Almost at 20,000 feet. Thanks for the reply, gents. Sorry, did I answer your question? Did you ask a question? Oh, yes. Oh, I did. Yeah, sorry, that was your question. Okay, yeah. No, it is very good, I think. Talk to Georg. Georg, can you give us some points about the realism of the aerodynamics of this glider at all? Because I know you're an expert in such things. Okay, we're almost at 20,000 feet. MSL. Yeah, almost flying backwards. I'd say I'm in a good place, Georg. I think I'll maybe get up to 21,000 feet like you did, and then right, I've ran out of lift. I think I need to get back into that bowl. Just gonna get back into that bowl there. 80 knots. There's 20,000 feet. We'll wait a little bit longer and then we'll head on our way. But with an 80 knot tailwind, we'll have probably 160, 170, 180 knot ground speed. Probably. Okay, there's the little bowl I want to sit in. And I just point my nose into wind. And I want to gain a few knots, only just a few knots, just to give a little bit of forward momentum, just so I don't creep backwards over that peak. Okay, so from here, you probably just glide around the world. Okay, folks, I'm going to head from here. I think that's enough. Now, watch my ground speed skyrocket. And, of course, I'm going to get the negative 180 knot ground speed immediately. Let's just gain some speed. Okay, I lost about 200-300 feet in that. Okay, at a 94 knot McCready setting, we're arriving at the next waypoint with 2,000 feet to spare. So I'm happy with that, I think. And with ground speed is 176, roughly. 6 minutes to waypoint 1 for me. Oh, are you starting this, or are you starting a different task? Oh, I can see you. All the way in the back, I can see you. FLW, is that you? Yeah, that must be you. I've still got, I mean, I've only done like a quarter of the trip so far. That is horrendously far. It's incredible. Georg, you said you completed this. This is incredible. This is just incredibly far. This task way later though. Yes, FLW. Okay, let's see when I will fall asleep. Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep tabs on you. I mean, it's gonna be another, how many hours does Valanta say? 4. It's okay, just under 4 hours for me apparently. If I was to fly direct from here to the end, it would be about 4 hours. I found this earlier today. Tesco's finest savory and smokery hickory smoked nut selection. Yeah. So we're about to find out how this is. This is kind of the post-dinner keep me awake snack. Ooh. Oh, that smells great. Mmm. 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 Oh. Oh. Mmm. Mmm. Smoked nuts. Mm-mm. I used sim rate times 8 between waypoints, it still took me 3 hours. 9, 10, 11, 12. I bet you I'm still going to be here at 1 o'clock in the morning. And everyone else will have gone to bed. Well, listener, it's just going to be me and you. Yeah. It's 3:18 p.m. Okay, that's fine. After waypoint 4, you will enter Utah. Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay. You are making good progress. Good. Excellent. At some point, I will probably have to pause and just go put the kettle on, and then come back, unpause it quickly, and then go again to pour the tea and bring it back. I might do that in cooperation with the second toilet break, or maybe a bit sooner. So I've kind of been coming down with a cold these last couple of days, so my throat's a bit dry. That's why I've been drinking a bit more than I normally would, to just keep my throat going. I'm gonna have to figure out what's wrong with my my microphone. Let me just try my microphone once again. Oh, doesn't want to work. Strange. But it was working on Discord last night, so I don't know. I like how I can just about steer with the rudder. Once I've got everything trimmed out at the right speed, everything's basically just chill. Okay, 14 minutes to the next waypoint. And it looks like we're going to probably need some altitude. We're going to have to pick up some more lift between now and then. So in the next 15 minutes, I need some altitude, which is a problem. Because I don't see any sizable ridges apart from that one, and that one's off course. Which means we're going to have to take a bit of a detour to get to that ridge. I think that's the ridge over there, which looks very sizable. I wonder if going over there is what we might have to do. Although, we will get there. Actually, no, what I'm going to do... Yeah, it's going to get bumpy a bit. I can definitely tell with going over this stuff. I wonder if this is another case where we trust the numbers. We trust our McCready setting of 82 knots. We should get to the waypoint with 1,800 feet AGL to spare. Yeah. I think with the amount of... Oh, look, actually, see, we've got a little bits of updraft. There you go. I think we just press on and we go aggressive, and we don't waste time going off course to try and pick up more altitude when... If we can get to our target, and then we can begin climbing the ridge. There's some really good looking ridges up ahead, so I think we'll just stick with it. Oh. Lost like 100 feet right there. There's a small mountain there that might work. Might give us something. These are so good. I'm gonna have one more handful, and I'm gonna put them down because. So we've got about 660 nautical miles left to run on the task. So we've bitten off about 200 nautical miles so far, which is a good start. So like I said, we're about a quarter of the way through. Well, we're about 20% through. We're about 20% through the task. That's incredible when you think how far we've already come. We're going from the very western edge of Nevada, almost California, to Kansas. Yeah. Well. And we'll be seeing some great scenery along the way. Already been seeing some amazing, beautiful. I like the kind of transition. We'll probably be able to see the transition from the deserts of Nevada to the forests and then the flatlands of the Midwest over Kansas. Yeah, so there's a ridge, there's a mountain here, so I might try and fly on the windward side of that mountain and then get a little kick. Because I think our waypoint is right up in these mountains here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to fly along this ridge. It's not too far off course. I can see a much more well-defined ridge there on the map, so I'm going to fly that direction. Seeing the sunrise in my flight was pretty spectacular. Yeah, I can imagine so. Yeah. Ooh, bad downdraft. Bad downdraft there. Yeah, I can't imagine spending hours in the dark in a glider is fun at all, without even a horizon display to know which way's up or down. That must be a bit Bit freaky. Oh, actually, no, you've got one, actually. What am I saying? Yeah, there you go. You've actually got a... Yeah, you're fine. You're fine in IMC. Look. You can tell where you go. You've got a compass and you've got that. What more do you need? You could fly this IFR. So that'll be my next challenge, Georg. Doing this again, but in the dark, like through the night, okay? I don't visually think these mountains look worth trying, but like it's not that far out of my course that it's gonna take up too much time, but I think the dark coloration on the display, those ridges, might be worth running along. Because I'm only gonna arrive at the waypoint with 1400 foot AGL, so that does concern me. That's quite well, actually, if the waypoint's here, I could just skip along to here and then run along. Actually, I'll just do that. I'll just run along this ridge until about there, and then from there I'll go across to... I'll just cut right of track, hit that ridge there, and then go along the ridge. So I'll do a bit of a zigzag. Should be hitting some form of lift any minute now. He says. There you go. Come on. I know you want to. Come on. Oh, well, I guess it's not a terribly big ridge. It is giving me the very, very tiniest amount. The very minuscule amount of lift. But... okay, you know what? Let's just turn for these mounts here. That's a really good looking ridgeline. Really good looking ridgeline. Ah, we could sail up and down that all day long. Yeah, at least you're kind of, you can see that you're managing to conserve altitude. You can see the descent rate slackens, and every little bit helps. So we've got these ridges ahead of us. We could probably get back up to 20,000 feet or so. Let me just see how far it is. So from this waypoint, as soon as we get to this waypoint, it now then heads a bit more in a southerly direction, and it stays on that course pretty much almost all the way to Kansas, really. To the edge of, well, actually into the middle of Colorado. After this waypoint, after this ridge, we'll practically be heading into Utah. So after this ridge, we say goodbye to Nevada, and we head into to Utah. So Nevada has been good to us. Let's see what Utah has to offer. Bit bumpy now, but what are we now? Okay, so we're MSL 14,000 feet and AGL 8,000 feet. Time to waypoint, 4 minutes. So the waypoint's pretty much just here, up on this shelf of the mountain. But we're gonna hit the mountain more abruptly and then go along the mountain. We're probably gonna go back and forwards, back and forwards, back and forwards, and then rise up as much as we can and then head on. Yeah, interesting. It says that we're going to arrive at the waypoint with 1,000 feet AGL, but we've got 8,000 feet AGL right now, and it's only 3 minutes away. I don't know how to explain that. Maybe it's because when it says AGL, it's above ground level, which means, but because the ground level of that waypoint is on the side of a mountain, then that's why it's actually calculating that the waypoint is up on the side of a mountain. It's not down in a valley somewhere. Maybe that's actually what's being done by the computer. It'd be an interesting talking point there, I think. I'd go with MC304 again. Okay. Yeah, should pick up some speed. Yeah, I can dive now to this peak. Yeah, waypoint is high on the mountain. That's why it was given that reading. So our task speed is still 97 knots. It's not too bad. That average is going to be raised once we get to the Kansas stretch, because the Kansas stretch is basically as flat as a pancake. And from the last waypoint before our destination, we've got to climb as high as we possibly can and then make that entire run across Kansas in one go. We're actually getting a little bit of positive altitude now, even as the floor of the desert rises up to the side of this mountain. So we're going to get some really good, solid lift off of this range here. Let's push it, but not too far that we go into the red. We're 184 knots ground speed. Wow. We're sizzling. Yeah, coming into the updraft now. I'm going to go back and forwards across this peak. The last leg alone is 500 kilometers, yeah. That's what I'm going to need some altitude for. 310 miles, goodness sake. How am I going to glide for 310 miles, Georg? I'm going to need pixie dust or something. On the way to waypoint 2, FK, nice. Good stuff. So the ridges on the map don't actually correspond 100%. Well, I guess it does a little bit. Guess it does. Oh no, I got too close to that ridge. Crap. There you go. Okay. On to waypoint 5. Oh, look at that. Perfect. As much lift as I can possibly manage. Just pull the... soaking up as much of that lift as possible. Oh, they do correspond. Okay, Georg, yeah. I guess they do when you look out the window. It's just hard to translate in your brain a two-dimensional terrain map, and then you glance and go, oh, okay, that looks the same. It's quite hard to match the two up, and sometimes it looks like you're not quite sure what you're looking at versus what you're looking at out the window, you know. This is perfect. Yeah, time to climb. Beautiful lift. Ah, oh, perfect. Couldn't ask for better. Really efficient. This is why the decision making of saying that ridge way over there on my that I thought it looks quite tempting, and I thought, oh, maybe I should stop there on the way. But that wasn't an efficient use of time, because the sooner I got to this, the better. Don't really want to go any slower than this. Yeah. Okay, the wind's getting stronger, 60 knots. Actually, we could get to the point here where we could just park ourselves and go up like the elevator. That would be fine. There you go, my man. Beautiful. Mmm. 67 knots. Beautiful. I mean, this is the thing. This isn't how it would be in real life. There's a hint of sadness in the sense that this is the best we can really get in the sim right now in terms of high altitude lift. But this isn't teaching me how it is in real life, really, because you would have wave lift, and you would have ridge lift down by the ridges, but the ridge lift doesn't extend this high off of ridges. Well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe ridge lift does come up this high off of mountains and stuff, but I don't know. Yeah. Waypoint distance from now is 110 miles. Oh dear. Yeah, in real life the wave would be behind that mountain. Okay. No, the Grey Noah. Wave lift isn't really modeled, so what this weather preset does that I have, that I'm using right now, is it takes ridge lift and it extrapolates ridge lift up far higher than ridge lift would go in the real world, so that we actually have some form of lift at high altitude in order to complete a 1,000 nautical mile trek like this at high altitude. So $79 knot headwind. Almost at 20,000 feet. MSL. Yeah, it's kind of realistic, but it's not in the right place. True. Okay, Georg. My arrival waypoint is now 50 feet! Wow. Climbed 23,000 feet at this spot. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, for a 110 nautical mile run, I mean, I don't know what lift opportunities we have on this leg further downwind, but yeah. My mind still just boggles that you can actually climb like this. I guess you can do this in real life if you have the right conditions. But it's pretty insane to me that this actually... It's just like what birds do. It's exactly what birds do in real life. It's amazing. You wouldn't want a an airliner to come swooping through and like slap you. That would be a right slap. And imagine just an air looking to your left and seeing an airliner coming straight at you at like, you know, 500 knots. Vroom. That's a good way of saying it, Georg, I guess, yeah. Georg, do you know how high this lift actually goes? Has anyone actually sat in these conditions and seen how high? Does it bottom out at some point up there, or does it just keep going until there's just lack of air density and oxygen? Yeah. Oh yeah. So you'd need to go clearance above it, flight level 180, I think. Yeah, and a lot of oxygen. Yeah. Okay, lads. So flight level 210, and still climbing. Yes, lots of warm clothes. Exactly. Perlan 2 does this. Is that a pilot? Or is that a glider? I need to back up slightly because oh, it's a glider, okay. Perlan 2 flies around 76,000 feet. Wow. Not a manned glider, surely. Is it manned? That's like U-2 spy plane territory. Oh, it has a pressurized cockpit. Okay. Wow. Yeah, for some reason the pilot in the cockpit isn't really showing up properly. Okay, I think I'm probably good to turn around and get going now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fly along. Oh, thank you, got friends. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fly along the ridge and get some speed before I lose all this lift. Yeah, chase plane issue. Oh, is it a chase plane issue with the? Oh, is it a chase plane issue then? Is that the reason why we can't see pilots in the cockpits? Because I was having that problem with the Black Square Caravan the other day before release, the pre-release. They let me do the pre-release of the Black Square Caravan, and it was definitely right. I'm gonna call it. Here we go. Wish me luck, lads. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a McCready of 3. Which is 104 knots, and we should arrive at the waypoint with 3,800 AGL. Sounds pretty good. So I'm just going to trim and get ourselves up to as close to 100 knots as possible. See how we go. Happens on all aircraft using it. Parallel 42 put out a statement about pilots. Yes. Okay. Thank you, got friends. That's good to know. Hopefully they'll patch it in an upcoming update, because I know it is early access. But it's nice to know. Some aircraft don't have the issue, some do. Yeah, experimental build, you see. So, right, 25 minutes to the next waypoint. Here we go. That has been a horrendous amount of climbing we have done. That is incredible. Really incredible. We're 3 hours, 11 minutes into the task. Let me just see where we are on the map. Yeah, okay, we're just about to go into Utah, actually. I'll tell you when we're in Utah. I'll look at the map. Here you can see the map. And there's the border. So give us a few moments and we'll be... Oh, actually, you can see the border as the purple line on the map. So, there's that. Just go pop that back there. We're not quite hitting our McCready of 104. We're at 95 or 96, but we should be okay. I think that's fine. Yeah, is a hard limitation as of right now. I think it's the same issue we are having with our custom avatars. Oh, okay. MSFS2024 has characters encrypted, so you can't modify anything with them yet. Okay. Yeah, flight sim issues, hey? So our ground speed is 214 knots. Wow. I never would have thought I'd see that, but in a glider. Oh, cool. Check out on Volanta. That is what we've just done. See all those zigzags that go upwards? That's what we've just done in the climb. And now we're heading off. Isn't that cool that Volanta can track that vertical ascent as well? That's cool. Okay, so yeah, this is a long leg. Let me just check to see. Yeah, this is a long leg. All of the rest of the legs, so the leg from 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, and 9 to 10 are all shorter than this. But then the leg from 10 to the finish is the mega leg. The leg to bind all other legs. No, the one leg to rule them all and in the darkness bind them. Thank you. My brain did get there at one point. We are now in Utah. I just find the actual MSFS map, the map projection, the map creation, the terrain texturing, the height mapping, the detail, to have this is genuinely, it still blows my mind that we have this in a flight sim to look at. It just was, and I mean, look, I can pretty much on my screen see almost every individual tree. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of that because that's pretty cool. I can pretty much almost still at this altitude see every single green speck as an individual tree. And I'm drifting off course. Let's not do that. Maybe there's a nice looking ridge over there in front of us that we might want to use. Yeah, there's a ridge there. My throat's starting to get a bit dry now. It's pretty incredible given just a few decades ago the best maps we had were paper. Yeah, 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 exactly. Exactly. And I mean, even in sim language, you know, it was only a few years ago, we didn't have MSFS 2020 or 2024. We had P3D and we had X-Plane. And the scenery in P3D and X-Plane, let's be honest, like the default scenery is crap. It's from FSX, which is like 2000 or 2010 at the latest. Oh, look, we're getting a little bit of updraft just to maintain our altitude. And then if you wanted like top of the range orthographic, you know, satellite imagery for your scenery, you had to pay through the nose for it, and then you only got a small region as a payware package. You didn't get the whole world in the simulator. You know, imagine what MSFS 2028 with DLSS5 will look like if they really take advantage of generative AI to improve scenery in clouds. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't want another simulator platform to come out anytime soon. I want MSFS 2024 to mature properly. And that's what P3D had, and we had some really solid, well simulated add-ons for P3D that we've just never seen in the MSFS 2020 and 2024 because they've come so quickly. And they've been developed so quickly, and there's been such momentum that developers haven't had time to get round to developing the add-ons like the vintage airliners for 2020. I mean, 2020 came and went so quickly that nothing was ever done for it. So that's why we're only just in 2024 starting to get the add-ons that I really want and I'm looking for. The 747-100, the L1011, the A300B4, the 727. You know, these are the airliners that I want to fly, and the GA stuff. You know, A2A is just coming on board. I feel like A2A is only now just ramping up with its proper output of 2 aircraft a year. You know, with their AccuSim 2.0, it took them a while to get that momentum going, but now they're there. I kind of want to stick. I feel like, particularly as well, with my PC, I don't have a new PC. This PC is fairly long in the tooth. So you know, even if MSFS 2028 comes out, I don't think I'd be able to run it on this PC. And upgrading a PC in this day and age is not going to be easy. There is that ridge, but I feel I'm going to just press on because I've got 3,300 foot I've got 3,300 foot at the next waypoint, so I'm going to just push on. Yeah, DLSS5 is a bit controversial. Yeah, no, I've already seen all the memes on social media about DLSS5. MSFS is probably the only game I want to see DLSS5 on, since it makes sense with... Yeah, no, that's a good point, Got Friends. Very good point. I'm not 100% on board DSL, yeah. But it all comes down to how it's being used, yeah. NVIDIA shot themselves in the foot with the examples. Yeah, no, the 100% they did. If the scenery gets good enough, I think I'll pretty damn pleased with just how to hover a few dozen feet above the roofs of houses with one. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with photogrammetry, right? Photogrammetry looks amazing as long as you're, let's say, 2,000, 3,000 foot in the air, you know, and you're flying along in a GA slow aircraft at 2,000 feet. It looks amazing. But if you get any closer than that, it very quickly starts to look very horrible. And that's where, photogrammetry is a double-edged sword, which is why in some cases it's sometimes nice just to turn it off and look at the procedural generation scenery, which, you know, at least, yeah, it doesn't have a lot of weird artifacts going on. Yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, this computer I'm running on is it's a Core i7 8700K. So the processor is an older processor now. You know, everyone's rocking the i7 4700Ks, and they're DDR5 RAM. I think I'm still on DDR4 8700K, but the graphics card is the one saving grace of the PC. The graphics card is a 4070 Super. So an RTX 4070 Super, and that's really the one thing that's giving me the performance that I've got. And of course, thankfully, with the modern optimizations for flight sims, a lot of the lifting power is put on the graphics card, which is good for me because my PC build is very graphics card heavy. But there will come a point where it's like the CPU is what will really hold me back, and the RAM speed, probably the DDR4 RAM speed and the CPU together are the two things that will hold me back. It does get a bit wonky. The pool at my house turned into a shed, lol. We'll probably have to wait until DLSS 6 for it to be powerful enough to really transform bad photogrammetry into nice-looking scenery. But it's certainly heading into this direction. Yeah. Yeah. 60 nautical miles to go. I'm rocking it at 200 knot ground speed. Absolutely booking it. Incredible. Yeah, I can tell, like, on really fast for a glider. It's just beautiful. I see FX is at getting close to waypoint 2 now. Very good. You can see you're just around waypoint 2. I'm not even close to halfway through the task, and it's 9 o'clock. So we've been at this for 3.5 hours. Okay, Georg, here's my thought, right? We've been at this for 3.5 hours, not counting the time it took me to take off and climb to altitude before hitting the start line, right? Which was, okay, what was that? That was 5... I started about 4... Actually, no, OBS is going to tell me how long I've been live streaming. I've been live streaming now for 4 hours and 24 minutes, so about 4 hours 20. That's how long it's taken me to get there. I'm going to be well over midnight. It's going to be like 1 o'clock in the morning before I get to Kansas, I bet you. Love it. I don't want to share my specs, but my PC is probably the most valuable thing in my house. Yeah, yeah. I need it though. MSFS is my job. Yeah. I'm going to keep my PC going as long as possible. Upgrading the graphics card is so much easier than contemplating starting from scratch. Yeah, exactly. So your gaming PC is a tax write-off. Yeah. I don't believe DLSS 6 can repair photogrammetry. Photogrammetry will be better sooner. Yeah, that's true. I don't think DLSS... Yeah. I think that's something that MSFS itself has to address. Yeah, that's true. I agree. I would say photogrammetry itself has to get a lot better. Rather than DLSS being tasked to fix photogrammetry, but I don't know. Yeah, see, I'm just starting on my journey of developing scenery. My plan is to go into developing vintage scenery for vintage airliners, like prop liners. So I'm in the first baby steps of developing Shannon Airport in the 1959 time period. I'll show you a little screenshot of what I was up to last night with a friend. So I'm learning a lot. So I'll show you the terminals and stuff that I've got currently. for Shannon in 1959. That's what I've got so far. Obviously, I'm modeling all the buildings, and that's them accurately placed over the modern satellite image of the airfields, obviously. But my plan is to go full out and do late 50s airport sceneries for all the major hubs, at least. Well, some of the major hubs, however long my life lasts. But Shannon I'm starting with because it was such an integral hub for transatlantic crossings. So it's going to be a scenery that the people who fly the PMDG DC-6, the Red Wing, Super Connie, those sorts of the Comet 4 classic aircraft simulations. Chris from Classic CAS is doing the Comet 4, and I'm talking with him quite a lot about development, and he's helping me a lot with how to develop things, modeling and the the texturing and modeling workflows and stuff like that. But he's bringing out the Comet 4, and so after Shannon, my plan would be to do Heathrow, which would be a perfect match for the Comet 4 and the DC-6, and the Super Connie. My dream would be as if A2A brought out their A2A Connie and the A2A Stratocruiser for 2024, but like we say, like if MSFS 2028 is going to come out at some point, by the time A2A get round to bringing out their prop liners for flight sim again, we'll be on to 2028, and the ball will just keep getting pushed further and further down the field. That's my worry, really, and that's why I want 2024 to mature for as long as it can, because it gives devs the chance to really go to town and give us really good stuff for this sim. But that's just me, Yeah, I'm quite early. I'm using Blender to develop my scenery assets, and then I'm texturing. I have Substance Painter as well, but obviously I'm not using Substance Painter on every single airport building because that would just fry everyone's computers. But yeah, so I'm learning. I've learned Substance Painter a little bit. Yeah. One of the things I'm stuck on at the moment is the fact that here I'll let you guys see this here. Got friends would be interested to see what your opinion is on this. So in the 2024 SDK, they allow you to create taxiways, right? And the taxiways that you create have textures on them. But the thing with the old World War II vintage aerodromes, the big concrete slabs were all curved. They had all these curved concrete slabs, right? And all these curves I'm trying to replicate in the sim, but the default SDK, the beautiful concrete slab taxiway texture, you can't physically curve the texture. They don't allow you to. So when the taxiway goes around a curve, the lines of the concrete slabs just run off into the grass, right? And I've seen some developers trying to cheat it, but it still doesn't look good. So what I'm trying to do is I'm actually trying to model. I'll open up Blender here for you guys. This is a bit of a sideways note, but we have time, evidently. If I open up Blender and hope that the aircraft doesn't crash at the same time, I'll pull up my Shannon ground map. So this is the map of the apron and all of the taxiways and aprons of. I have a taxiway texture that I have bent. I've UV unwrapped it to bend seamlessly along the taxiway curve, as it should. You know, and so that's where, like, in the corners, in the curved sections, you get these curved pieces, right? Don't save. So that's and that's the way it should look in real life, and that's the way it did look in the 1950s, because I have archive photos of Shannon, and I can see every single concrete slab on all the almost all the taxiways. I've got really good detail for Shannon, and I want to replicate that because it's really cool. But it means I have to model the taxiways all in Blender as flat planes, and texture and UV unwrap them all in flat plane version, then import them into the sim, and then somehow I've got to then make the step of taking this flat plane and treating it like a texture that just sticks to the ground. Tricky Crusade 50C. You see, now I think that's just spam. That's just I'm gonna block this user. That's just spam. So that's my plan. In order to try and get accurate taxiway textures and runway textures. I may be going around it the long way, the hard way. I might fold, and I might realize it's just too difficult, and then just go back to doing it the default way that all the other payware scenery developers seem to be doing. I have a feeling that if all the good payware scenery developers aren't doing what I'm doing, there's probably a reason for that. But we'll see. Right, so we're getting close to our next waypoint. I can't believe I still have 20 people watching the live stream. This is ridiculous. MIDI at work right now, but I'll pull up with my crew for your next stream. Add me on Discord. Username Bayer27. Well, I mean, I could give you my Discord. If you want my Discord username, I can grab that for you. Pop it in the chat. Right, so here we're getting close to our next waypoint. 5 minutes to the next waypoint, so let's have a look at... got friends. I wish I could help you with that specific answer. I would try contact Esmeralda Scenery Design, Aerotow44 on Discord, and ask him. He's our scenery partner and very knowledgeable. Oh, thank you, got friends. I will do that, actually. I'll grab Aerotow44. See if I can... opening up Discord and drag it over into my second screen. I see this waypoint is on the top of a mountain again, which is why we're at 8,000 AGL, and it says that we will arrive there with 2,000 AGL to spare. Right, I think friends. I think I can go find a friend. Add friend. I sent him a friend request, but he doesn't know who I am, so he might just be like, whatever. I'll see if I can try and, ooh, hello. I'll see if I can try and, message him. So, thank you for that. Right. From this point. Yes. Looks like I could just sit in the waypoint zone and climb in the waypoint zone. Actually, there is a ridge area there. Right. Right, let's go to work. Okay, wind is from directly behind me. I'm back down to 14,000 feet. Okay, well, if you're still there, how did you tackle the last waypoint? How high did you have to climb before you went out across Kansas on that last leg? Yes, yeah, this should be good. There's a little pocket just in there. I think I'm going to plant the aircraft just in that pocket there and just circle. Just ahead of me there. There's a ridge just right angles to me. Which I think it is I don't quite know where it is actually, but 28,000 feet, okay. You can also find him on our Discord as well if you want to send him a friendly tag. Okay, thank you. We'll do. We'll do, got friends. I'll pop some questions over to him. Right, some very well-defined ridges here on the map coming up. We can definitely do something with this. Those valleys look horrendously cool. Those mountains, though, ooh, they are tall. And there's taller ones even further. Wow. I can see even taller ones. It feels like, it looks like they're even taller. This is the sort of flying that kind of breaks my brain, because it makes me think, like, if you knew how to fly a glider like this, what's to stop you, like, just completely emigrating to another continent almost? Like, if you are at the point where you can fly so far with virtually no oversight, what's to stop you just breaking any border? Like, you could just fly from one corner of Europe to the other. If, you know, and your radar cross-section is so small that if you turn your TCAS off, no one's going to know where you are or where you went. Like, right, this ridge I hope will work for me. Yes, I see it on the map now. Yeah, I don't want to wonder what my cabin temperature is, Elsinore. That's what it is. I climbed inside the waypoint. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Oh, that's some sink. Oh crap. That's some sink. Oh crap, that's some really bad sink. Let's not do that. There we go. Let's do that instead. Yeah, the shadowy bit is the lee side. Oh, that's slow. Don't want to go any slower than that, I think. I still remember that crash out I did on that peak in this aircraft. Oh, months and months ago now, but I remember I filmed it. I put it on YouTube. Okay, so we've got a little wedge in front of this peak that we can go back and forwards across this face and just stick in this area and climb and climb and climb. So. I got back up to 23,000 feet here. Okay. Sounds about right. I just need to work for every ounce of altitude I can here. Crap. Let's not do that again. I was trying to check my phone because my wife had texted me. It's tell you what, text will kill you in a glider. Okay, let's go back across the face. What area of Utah does this cross you cover? When we're cruising to the next waypoint and I'm not focusing on flying so much, when everything's trimmed out and happy, I'll grab across the tracker map and I'll show you where we are in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. Halfway down between Salt Lake City and Grand Canyon. I could be foolish and try and do two things at once, but I feel like I've come too far already to really... The peak we're above is Gold Mountain. Okay, if you went to Google Maps and Googled Gold Mountain, Utah, you'd figure out where I was exactly. Okay, we're just sat here in the current now, going up like an elevator. I will kind of be amazed if I make it to Kansas. Up we go, into the wild blue. Up we go, into the wild blue no. Is it up we go into the wild blue yonder? Diving high into the sun? Yeah. It's been a while. It's been a while since 2nd grade when I learned that song. Gunnison, Utah, next to the Manti La Salle Mountains. You'll probably fly right near it. Okay. Good lift here. Beautiful. We're actually climbing really quickly if you think about those tens of feet that are just flipping by. Each 10 of feet is taller than me. So if I think like the glider is rising higher than I am tall, like less than a second, almost a second each time. That's quite fast climbing there. Oh, I don't want to go backwards. Let's just nose down slightly. Get a little bit of forward momentum. There we go. Yeah, let's not go backwards, dudes. Let's, Oh, really, Elsinore? Nice. What are the little green bubbles on your... Oh, the little green bubbles. So the little green bubbles, when the bubbles are green, it means that your aircraft is climbing. So it means your aircraft is in an area where the wind, there's updraft. When the bubbles turn red, it means you're in downdraft. And the bigger the bubble, the more lift or descent there is. Yeah, so Gold Mountain is like that one there, I think? I think that's Gold Mountain right there. Up through 19, almost 20,000 feet. We'll hit 23,000 feet before we head on. We've got 90 nautical miles left to run. Or 90 miles. That should be miles or nautical miles, maybe. I might have to change that. Actually, before I might get the aircraft into a nice kind of cross-country cruise configuration, and then I might go make a cup of tea, just because my throat's starting to get quite dry. I'm going to be honest, I've never seen them in that large of a spot. That's what was confusing me. Yeah, well, the issue is that I'm actually, because the headwind is so strong, it's holding me in like like a perfect static position. That's how fast the wind is, and that's how slow I'm gliding. I'm hanging on the air current that's pushing me up. So I'm actually stationary. So I'm actually just working myself backwards and forwards across the face of the mountain, like a bird would. Like, as you see the seagulls. Oh crap! Don't want to go backwards. The seagulls will just hang on the air current, and that's exactly what I'm doing across this face. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've done that in real life. Hats off to you. I mean, it must be an amazing experience. 80 knots of wind, yeah. Yeah, that's 80 knots of wind up at flight level 200 in a glider. It's insane. Okay, so the waypoint arrival altitude is about 2,800. So, I mean, I'm gonna be here until 1 o'clock this morning, so maybe I should just get going now. I have a feeling I should just head out. So we could always grab. We could probably always grab. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna exit with speed. There we go. Off we go. And try and get out of that downdraft as quickly as possible, and on our way. From 20,000 feet, 20,400 feet from waypoint 5. Whew. Okay, so 90 miles, and we'll arrive with almost 3,000 foot AGL above the waypoint, above the surface of the Earth's crust. So there's that. Task speed is still 98 knots, so yeah. I do need to speed up though, so let's just nose down slightly, get the aircraft up to... Oh, actually, we can't actually go too much faster than that. So... I don't know why the map goes red when you go a bit further out, but... Okay, so I'm going to pause track IR, I'm going to bring across waypoint 5 of 10 done. Yeah, thanks, Georg. Right, so there we are. We're not even halfway! I feel like, we do look like we're halfway to waypoint 10, but then we've got a whole flippin' another 300 nautical miles or so after that, so that's going to be crazy. So... yeah, we might be here a long while. So what I'm going to do now... Yeah, so, got friends, just for your reference, I was over... yeah, I don't know where that is, but that's where I am. So, what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to pause the sim and go make a quick cup of tea real quick. So, I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to go grab a cup of tea, and I'll be back. Uno momento. So, everyone else feel free to just go grab a cup of tea yourself, and I'll be back in a minute. There we go. I don't know what it is about my microphone. It was working on Discord when I was talking with Chris from Classic Aircraft Simulations last night. But for some reason it's not working through OBS. It's not being picked up as a recognized audio input source. So I don't know. Yeah, you can see the bar at the top, the VATSIM, no, the Volanta tracker at the top. You can see the bar is showing that I'm not really even halfway through yet, which is a bit disconcerting. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. I would probably have felt a bit disheartened if only like 2 people showed up, but there's like 20 people still. So thank you so much, guys, for putting in the effort tonight and coming and joining me. It's kind of you. Okay, so actually, I'm just gonna mute I'm gonna mute my microphone again just while I'm eating this yogurt. I've got a yogurt that I'm gonna eat, so. FK says, on the way to waypoint 3. Hi, food here too. Still have the illusion I might catch up to you somehow. Hey, it might be a really clear, good illusion. But unfortunately, it is just an illusion, FK. I don't think you can catch me up. I'm considerably far ahead. Look at this. Look at this ridge line I'm coming up against. If I just... Yeah, look at that bad boy. But I ain't got no time for ridges in the middle. I've got a waypoint to catch, and I'm going to be 2,200 feet at that waypoint when I get there. So let me just check what the map looks like for... Okay, there is south... It's South Summit Ridge of... What mountain chain is this? This is Mount Ellen Peak. And yeah, that's cool. That's another good looking range. I mean, this, it's just so long. It's just so long. Oh. I'm beginning to understand. I'm beginning to appreciate now why it took them in real life 12 hours to complete this. I'm beginning to understand how that works. Because they would not have as constant winds like this. They would not have as dependable ridge lift or dependable wave lift. They would have had to have hung around various peaks longer because they might think, oh, we might not get the lift to get to the next place. Like it's all very well whacking on a weather preset and then knowing like pretty much 9 times out of 10 where the lift is going to be. But to do this in real life, I just can't imagine. I mean, obviously, to do this in real life, you would need to have dozens and dozens of standby airfields and land-out bases, places that you knew, okay, if we don't make it to this stage, or we don't make it to that stage, or we have no lift by this point, there's this potential place we can land. There's like a road in the middle of the Nevada desert here that we could land on, and that's like where there's a filling station 2 miles down the road, and you know, all of that they would have had to plan. It would have been colossal, the planning for a trip like this. Whereas we can just jump in the sim and go, oh yeah, let's try this, yeah. Oh, this is gonna be long, isn't it? Yeah. They have pretty good wave forecasts now, right? That makes sense. I mean, I've just got this baby trimmed out, and I'm just like flicking the rudder with my feet every now and then just to keep it. But with the trim set, with the airspeed set, it's right just a sliver under 100 knots. She's cruising really nicely. And there is a kind of mountain range here, but it's a very low, shallow angle. So we might get a little bit of an updraft coming up here, and then glide computers show it directly in your display. Oh, okay. Right. Saying if I go direct, I should have 2,000 foot to spare. So I am just gonna go direct. I'm gonna worry. If the computer says I have it, then I have it, and that's at 104 McCready setting, and I'm gliding at 99 knots pretty consistently. So oh, hot tea, nothing like it. I had some Lemsip because I've got coming down with a cold, so I've got to go pick my wife up tomorrow morning. I've got to drive from Durham down to like Leeds, pick her up and then drive back, so that's going to take most of the day tomorrow. So I'm just going to like inject pure caffeine into my veins and then just get in the car and drive, you know. So put an audiobook on and just yeah, I can't wait for the L1011 though, guys. I'm really looking forward to that aircraft. What I'm going to do is I'm probably going to fly it from the Lockheed Palmdale assembly plant to its base of operations. So I'm probably going to fly most of the vintage airlines that utilized it. So that's British Airways, Delta, Pan Am. Those are the big three that I'll be flying the L1011 for and logging hours for. So I'll be flying those individual airframes with the different liveries from the Palmdale Lockheed plant in California to their respective hubs, and then I'm going to start line flights from there. So for the British Airways one, British Airways, I believe, was the launch customer for the Dash 500. So I'm going to start with British Airways. I'm going to fly from Palmdale, probably going to fly to Gander, refuel, and then Gander to Heathrow. Because it wouldn't have been able to have made Palmdale. I don't think it can make Palmdale to Heathrow all in one go. Even despite the fact it's a long haul aircraft, it couldn't quite do that, and I don't think the team that would have flown it across would have. I don't think they would have done it all in one leg. At least, well, if I research it a bit further, maybe I might find some more information. But it takes months of planning ahead, following weather data, choosing the right time. Yeah, just months. FK, honey, you look so tired today. What did you do last night home alone? I already texted her and took a picture of the screen, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm live streaming. I'm doing that long live stream I was telling her I was going to do. That, like, I told you a month ago. Oh yeah, I'm going to do this one day. This stupid idea where I have to, like, sit on the computer for, like, 8 hours. I decided to do it when she's not here, or my 6-month-old child is, because, like, I couldn't do this and then have the responsibility of needing to help with the baby or something like that. So that's why I'm doing it while they've been away for the week. So tonight was the last opportunity to be able to do this. So I thought, I've got to do it tonight. Listen, I can see about slipping you some of the Delta L1011 schedule once that. Yes, please. Yes, I would love that. Thank you, listener. In fact, I could just join Delta VA. I mean, you've been talking about it long enough, and about how good it is. I could just join Delta VA once the L1011 comes out, and then I could work up to get the clearance to fly the L1011 for Delta, because I know you do have to do some sort of test. You do have a certain, it's quite cool. You have to do like a training scheme to get into that particular class of aircraft. Look at the scenery, lads. Look at the scenery, lads. Just stunning. And here we are, gliding along. Look at that. Just stunning. Oh, look at that valley. Look at that massive valley running across. Look at that. It's amazing. Gotta look that up. What is that? That's cool. Capitol Reef National Park. That's cool. Okay, so these mountains, this mountain off to the right, this one is the peak here. This is where our next waypoint is. I think, or it could be in the middle. My sim is freezing a bit again. Maybe it's because I'm on... Oh no, wait, that's the Google map. Topo map, okay. I think, is it the Topo map as well as the Google map that's... Satellite map isn't bad. Although it's not like a topographical map. But... yeah, this is the thing here. Choose Bing map for less lag. Alright, let's go do that. Bing, there you go. Yeah, I can understand why there's less lag. There's nothing to view. Yeah, no, it's the sim is like perfectly smooth. There's no stuttering with the Bing map, but almost every other map type introduces some form of. All the others cause a bit of stutter. Yeah, that makes sense. Hang on, let me just double check. So this is a really interesting terrain feature. These valleys look so cool. Really cool terrain I'm coming across here. Listen, the L1011 is a tier 4 program. With your experience, I'm pretty sure you would be started in the MD80 program tier 2, but that's just my opinion. Right, so I'd have to go through the different programs to get up to the L1011. So I don't have the MD80, which means I probably wouldn't start with the MD80. I suppose, what Delta aircraft do I have that I could start with? And what aircraft are in the different tiers? Or is that a bit too much bit too much hassle to get that information right now? Oh, this cup of tea is exactly what my throat needs. Getting a bit of downdraft there. That ain't good. But then we've got some mountains up ahead. DC-9. Oh, okay. No, I could fly the DC-9. Yeah. So, is it like, do they just assess my experience level and then say, oh well, we'll start you here, I guess. Oh, the DC-9 is part of the... Oh, of course, because the DC-9 and the MD-80 basically are... You're right, that makes sense now, yeah. The DC-9 and the MD-80 are essentially the same, except it's just a more developed version of the original. Of course. Did I tell you, listener, the SkySim DC-9 is getting an update soon. I will make a video about it next week, I think. The dev of the SkySim dev has... I've been beta testing for him, so, and he's cleared me to make a video on the update, so I'll kind of talk about the changelog and random stuff. He's just bits and pieces here and there he's been updating. That's a really weird looking formation. Is that a glacier? Like, did a glacier cut that? Because that's a really interesting, like, it looks like a giant worm just slithered across the landscape. Yeah, it does look like it was originally a glacier coming down and then took a right-hand turn and then around, but that had to cut that. It's a really interesting, weird terrain. Interesting. Oh, you were there when I was talking about it. Okay. Right, we're gonna have to see what kind of lift we can get out of these things here. So the waypoint looks like it's in this direction here, but I might want to go to this peak here for my lift. Or actually that peak there might actually do the job. So I might see what I can do. I'll just stick around and see what I got. I'm amazed. I mean, it really is amazing that I've glided all the way from the previous waypoint without ever having one bit of lift. The efficiency of these machines is stunning. Also, Of course, I have a horrendous tailwind to take me as well, which has been helpful. I couldn't have done it without that tailwind, of course, as well. Right, where am I? Okay, it's starting to feel like I'm close to halfway. Yeah, so I'm 485 nautical miles left. Volanta tells me. So that's getting close to that's getting within the region of halfway now. And it's 10 o'clock, and I started 5 hours ago. Yeah. I don't know that I'm going to get this finished in the next 3 hours. Well, Volanta says if I head direct for the destination from here at this current speed, I will get there in 3 hours. But I have so much more climbing and stuff to do before I get to my destination. So, oh, it's going to be close. It could be like 1 o'clock in the morning. I think it's going to be easily 1 o'clock in the morning before I get this finished. Which I'm going to be dead tired. When I joined DVA 15 years ago, this was my progression. MD-80, First Officer, 10 flight to the Captain's Test, 10 flights to the DC-6, First Officer Test. DC-6 was Tier 3, then that was been moved to Tier... Wow, so that's a really, like... So you joined 15 years ago and you're still going. That's... Yeah, yeah. Happy to grab the details from you from Discord. Might be just under 8 hours task time. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. I hold out hope, Georg, that it's going to be like 12 to 1 a.m. for me. But any longer, and it's like I've got like 6 hours of driving tomorrow, so it is what it is. Okay, so you've placed the waypoint very nicely on the very corner of that peak. So I'm basically just going to use that peak itself to climb. Very nice looking peak as well. So we're going to see how many nautical miles to the next waypoint from here. It's probably going to be another like 80. Oh, they've been good to me with my health issues. I've had long breaks with no flights. Yeah, oh, that's very good to hear. Because I fly for British Airways Virtual Airline, and they're very, like, if you don't fill out a power app every 30 days, like, you're set to inactive status. I guess, I mean, you can actually request leave, but it's like, power app every 30 days, or you're set to the inactive list, you know? But I don't mind. I fill out a power up every 30 days, but like I'll be flying the L1011 for BA quite a lot when that releases. So because of course I have all of the historic routes that they flew the L1011 with the British Airways Virtual Airline. as well. So one thing about the L1011 by Unibuilds though is that they've advertised that there's an Air Canada livery, but yet I don't think Air Canada ever flew the Dash 500, because I looked up on the internet, and I think the internet told me that it wasn't actually the Dash 500 that the L1011. Sorry, it wasn't the Dash 500 that Air Canada flew. It was a smaller a more short-range variant, like the 200 or the 400, but not the 500. So I was kind of made me a bit mystified about Unibuild's decision there. Bit of a zoom climb there. "74 nautical miles, or 74 miles to the next waypoint." So it's not as far as the last one. And the next waypoints come quite consistently at this range. Each waypoint is roughly 70 miles away from each other until the last one, until waypoint 10. And then, of course, it's the 330 miles to the touchdown. So I'm going to have to figure out a way how to glide 330 miles. I'm going to have to get up to... How high was it, Georg? Like 30,000 feet or something? Ridiculous. But then, of course, you've got a horrendous tailwind up at, 25, 30,000 feet, I'm sure. So that's going to help as well. $28,000 feet for the last waypoint. Okay. Right. I didn't say this, but you can cheese the program the promotion program by doing 10 150-mile flights. How does that work? Minimum flight length for promotion is 150 miles. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Just do the shortest flights you can, but still flights that get you promotion. I see. Oh, who was it who was asking what my outside air temperature was? My outside air temperature right now in Fahrenheit is 8 Fahrenheit. This is flying, guys. Hang in here at 3 or 4 knots ground speed. Okay, folks, I'm gonna call it there. I'm not gonna belabor the. I've got places to be. I've got a bed to go and sleep in tonight, so I'm gonna call it 3,000 feet at my next. Thank you, listener. Okay, we're on our way again. Eighteen minutes to the next waypoint. All right. Kind of bounced around a bit. That's okay. Yeah, all that downdraft behind the mountain. Yeah. That should level itself out soon. Okay, pause track IR. I've had this track IR for years. Absolute donkey's years. It's great value for money. I DM'd you on Discord my promotion eligibility chart. It shows you the programs and the tiers. Program come to the list of the rating. I can look. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so where are we? We're kind of actually in the middle of Utah. Soon we'll be coming into Colorado. That's cool. I mean, we're crossing state lines like nobody's business here. How are you doing, FX? I see you at waypoint 3. So we've been going, the live stream's been going for 5 hours and 37 minutes. Lots of canyons, yeah, tons of them. 5 hours and 37 minutes on the live stream so far, guys. This is one of my longer live streams, I'll admit. I think I have streamed longer than this, though. I think it was back in the P3D days when I was streaming the Lockheed Constellation, A2A Lockheed Constellation flights from London to Sydney, Perth, Australia. No, Sydney, Australia. And I was doing all the historic routes that they did. BOAC and Qantas worked together. And I think it was Bangkok where BOAC finished and Qantas then picked up, so I did the two halves, and they were like 7-hour live streams. I seem to remember some of them were like 7 hours long. So ever fly over Mount Herman? No, I don't think so. Climbing, it all takes time. I know, that's the thing. It's like, that's why Volanta is telling me it's going to take... Oh, okay, so Volanta now says it's going to take 2 hours. If I fly directly to the finish line, in a direct line from me to the finish line, at this speed is 2 hours to the finish line. But there's no way I'm going to make it in 2 hours because, I mean, it's very interesting, actually, the Volanta vertical profile, guys. If you look at this on my screen... You can see on the vertical profile, you see all of the climbs. See all of the climbs and then all of the glides. See the kind of diagonal angles on the tops of those jags show that I climb up and then I glide and then I climb up and then I glide, and that's interesting. All done in real time. It's going to be an interesting. I'm really looking forward to like getting all of the stats at the end, and just being able to analyze, you know, what the aircraft was actually accomplishing. Is going to be really cool. So I'll have to share the track file on the Discord, in the SSC Discord. Okay, so my McCready setting is 104 knots, and I'm doing literally 104 knots. And so it says I should get there in 13 minutes, and I should have about 2,000 2,200 foot AGL when I get there, so I'm gonna have to do that all over again. But the thing is like, if I can do this efficiently, where I only climb at the waypoint, like Georg, you said, if I'm only climbing at the waypoint, gliding all the way as fast as I can, and then get to the next way, climb, that's the most efficient... Oh, hello. I don't want to overspeed. Oh, I was actually climbing there. The glider does do a certain amount of porpoising, but because I'm properly trimmed, I can let go of I won't touch the elevators, and the aircraft will naturally porpoise with the air currents. That's just one of the beauties of a stabilized airframe. Aerodynamically stabilized. It's designed to be aerodynamically stable, which means that whatever forces are acting upon it, if you have a particular power setting and you have a particular trim setting, the aircraft should fly straight and level and stay there. And if wind or anything kind of makes it like bank or move out the way, it should just kind of undulate gradually and then settle itself back into a straight and level attitude, which is just a beautiful, and it's just such a beautiful aerodynamic principle. I think I really like seeing that represented in the sim as well. So, because I'm a nerd. Yeah, Kansas is starting to not feel too far away. I would say I'm fair and square roughly halfway through the flight now. Actually, and that is exactly represented on the Volanta overlay as well, above. You can see I'm geographically roughly halfway, and above you can see I'm roughly halfway as well on the thing, so... You can see how these next waypoints are fairly close together, and then once you get to waypoint 10, that's the super long one. So... I'm a little bit off of track, actually. Let me just pull back on. Are you wasting time there? Yeah, there's... Oh, hello. That's a bit of wind shear at flight level 160. That was unpleasant. Oh, why? No, I don't... Okay. I just hit some really... Yeah, I think this peak up here is my next waypoint. 10 minutes to it, yeah. Aircraft keeps bucking around here. I must be going over some, yeah, there's a riverbed below me. I must be going over. Task speed 105 knots. Oh, the task speed, yeah, 105, 106 knots. That is that really the average of everything I've done so far? That's high. Is that okay, Georg? Is the task speed? It's not taking my ground speed in consideration. It's just taking my air speed, I believe. It's the canyons, yeah. Beware the Ides of March. Right. I don't understand your comment, but... Oh... We're booking it. We're getting there pretty quick. So that's waypoint 7. That's... So 442 nautical miles left to run. Roughly. It's an hour and a half to midnight. We definitely won't do it. We're going to be probably 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm estimating probably 1 o'clock in the morning for landing in Kansas. Oh, I see. I see. I'm too tired to really understand, I'm sorry. Okay, we are barreling in on our next waypoint here. 185 knot ground speed. Yeah, so the task speed is up at 107 now. That's quite cool. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh, why did I buy caffeine-free Pepsi Max? Rookie mistake. Okay, so what's this next mountain that I'm coming up to? This is Jackson Ridge. This is West Mountain, Twin Peaks East, Abajo Peak. All sorts of interesting things, and I'm coming off course. Get back on course. Come on. Yeah, I'm running across some very rocky terrain in between now and the waypoints, so that's why I'm kind of starting to undulate, and it does seem a bit high, that task speed. Not sure why. It must be true airspeed or ground speed. Yeah, because there are, well, there have been periods where my airspeed has been as low as like 40-50 knots when I've been hung in that position when I've been climbing. The lowest my airspeed's been is like 40-50 knots. But then I have had long periods like this where I've been at like 100 knots for 30-40 minutes. So what add-on is this? Tripod Cats. This is the AS33ME from Got Friends. The developer is Got Friends. The AS33ME. Very, very well developed, highly realistic glider, high performance glider add-on for MSFS 2024. I would highly recommend. But if you want to just get into gliding, there are some very, very good free gliders that you can learn gliding on without having to spend any money. And then if you decide you really like gliding and you want to do lots more of it, then you can spend money on it if you want and get something like this. But you don't specifically have to get something like this to really enjoy gliding. There are plenty of freeware, very good free, and I'm not talking like Airplane Heaven or whatever other crap that you might spend money on or spend time on. Like, they're actually very genuinely good freeware gliders that you can. I mean, the MSFS2024 has default gliders in the menu. You could just go fly them, and they are very well done as well. So gliding is very easy to get into because the aircraft, they're very available, very easy to get into, and there's several good examples on flightsim.to. You can just download it for free. Yeah, and the actual physics behind air currents and ridge lift and thermals and that sort of thing in the sim is well done. I think what we've discussed, tripod cats, is the only thing that MSFS 2024 hasn't got is wave lift. But unless you're up at 20,000 feet, you'll never come across wave lift anyway. So wave lift is only really prevalent for missions like this one that I'm doing, where I'm basically going 1,000 miles or 1,000 nautical miles from Lake Tahoe all the way to Kansas, so through the Rockies, where ridge lift would be very useful to have modeled in the sim, but we don't really have. Okay, so we're at the next waypoint, and we've been booking it, and we've been really making good time, so happy with that. 2 minutes to my next waypoint. So I'm just gonna have to like nestle myself in like a peak in the peaks. I'll just have to find myself a nice spot and go and climb up again. So we're down to like 13,000 feet. MSL, we're going to have to climb back up to probably 20,000 feet for the next leg. Actually, Georg? Oh no, sorry. I was looking at Alt AGL, not Waypoint +1. I looked at Alt AGL and thought that was Waypoint +1, and I was like, hang on, looks like I've got 5,900 feet to my next to like the next waypoint after this. Center of the waypoint is pretty good spot, but it's tight. Yeah, I kind of saw that on the map. Yeah, it does look tight. We can manage it though. Right, lads. You can see how we're starting to get. Oh, look at the forests on the peaks. It's just so beautiful. It makes me wonder if will we ever get to a point in game development where the flight sim has the entire globe modeled so well that you could begin to use this representation of the globe for other simulators as well, like Train Simulator or like Hunting Simulator? Could you develop a hunting simulator where you've got like caribou or bison that like roam across hundreds of miles of prairie, and you have to like, you know, ride after them on your horse like a cowboy or something? Like that's the sort of thing where it's like, okay, or do you want Train Sim? You know how Train Sim only ever is like modeled in particular regions on particular lines? Imagine having the entirety of the Pan-Pacific Railroad modeled for you to go on in like a vintage steam engine in like the late 1800s. You could do it in this sim. You just need the ability to make sure that the railroad track is well enough modeled, you know? Right, let's see if we can get some lift on this bad boy. Oh shoot, did I do it wrong? Yeah, I did. That ain't good. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna go over to this ridge. I'm not gonna bother about staying inside the waypoint. There's a ridge over here. It looks better. Looks easier. So. Yes, ridge lift. Yes, ridge lift, not wave lift. So what I'm experiencing right now, Trip, is ridge lift. Look, here's the ridge. Right here. I'm flying along the windward side of that ridge, and the wind is coming from the left. I'm experiencing ridge lift. Very good, strong ridge lift, actually. Yeah, like mountain wave. Yeah, it's like mountain wave. Yeah, driving simulator. Driving simulator as well as train simulator would both work well, I think. You just need the world to look good enough at ground level. Yeah, it is cool, Tripod. Yeah, it is very cool. I know the views are just as stunning, but imagine, like I'm saying, imagine coming up one of these roads, one of these dirt roads. You can install vehicles for Flight Sim 2024, can't you? You would just need to turn on all of the highest settings for like rocks and stones and grass and trees and shrubs and stuff. Oh crap. Don't want to stall. Stalling would be bad. Right, now I've just turned around, and I'm now gonna cross back along the way I came, along the same ridge. So I'm basically gonna go backwards and forwards along the ridge, the front face of the ridge, and just climbing higher and higher and higher every time. On the way to waypoint 4, and also streaming it on the Discord. Oh, nice. I would go look, but I'm focusing on trying to do ridge lift at the moment, so. And Tripod Cats, the beep you're hearing, the higher the beep tone, the higher, the more climb I'm getting. So you want to hear the higher. I'm climbing higher and higher, and there's more updraft. Yeah, this is really good updraft here. Really good updraft. And then as the beep goes down, once the beep actually disappears completely, that's when the aircraft is going level or beginning to sink. Okay, I'm going to turn again. We have a 50 knot headwind, which increases as we go up in altitude. On the weekends, you can see gliders on ASDB exchange gliding 300 miles down the Owens Valley in California. Yeah, it's cool. Coming up through 15,000 feet. You can see my next waypoint. Actually, that's interesting. Look, my next waypoint, I'll get there with negative 4,500 feet. So I definitely need to climb big time. I need 20,000 feet at least. At least. This is an interesting one. Starting to get tired now. Oh, I might regret this tomorrow morning. There's a pocket right there in the middle where the lift is the highest. And then it tails off towards the end, and then I come back, and then I'll go through it again. 16,000 feet. Still got at least 4,000 feet to climb. Task time, almost 5 hours. Yeah, almost 11 p.m. It's quarter to 11 p.m. in the UK, so I'm getting tired, yeah. I'm estimating it'll probably be 1 o'clock in the morning before I finish this task. So... yeah, at least I'm having fun. Oh, of course I am. Yeah, this is the sort of thing that I like flying, and I like doing things that I've not seen very many other people do this, and I kind of like, it's the challenge is, can I make it as real as possible? Can I sit here for this amount of time and do this? Okay, so that's... I'm almost at a position where I'm stationary in the air because the wind is so strong at 62 knot headwind, and my actual airspeed is 53 knots. That makes my ground speed 14, like 13, 12 knots. So I'm basically almost hanging in the air in mid-air and then just rising like an elevator. FK, you see Tripod Cat's FK in the chat. He is behind me. He started at about an hour after I did. And he's probably gonna be another hour before. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We need another 2,000 feet, easy at least. 2 to 3, and we need 2 to 3,000 feet more. How did you launch at the beginning? I launched with a tow plane. A tow plane pulled me up to maybe 3,000 feet AGL, and then from there I then engaged my propeller, because I have a little electric propeller in the back, which helped to give me just a little bit extra altitude to get to my first ridge. And then once I got to my first ridge, I then climbed up to 15,000 feet, and then I went through the start line, which was 5 hours ago. You see the task time, 5 hours and 59. It was almost 5 hours and 1 minute ago that I started this. So it's been 5 hours already, and I'm about halfway. Maybe more than halfway now, I would like to think. Slightly more than halfway. And I started 5 hours ago. Oh my goodness. Nordic Falcon is right next to me. I literally have only just seen him now. And he's in a Hercules. I don't know who that is. I don't think it's someone on my live stream, but... He must be in a glider and it's just mismatched. Misrepresented. Yeah, there's not many ridges in between now and my next peak. So... I do probably need to just keep on it. Keep climbing. $80 knot headwind. Where did that other guy go? Oh, there he is. Just went through the middle of me. Yeah, Georg. Well, I don't know who that guy is, but... I was scared there for a minute that I had collision detection turned on and that would actually crash me out. Hope not. Right, 20,000 feet. Okay, arrival waypoint 1,400 feet. Yeah, I think that was wake turbulence. Yeah. I might. Yeah, it did, didn't it? I might call it there and just go because, again, time. Okay, that's 1,500 feet. That's 1,500 feet AGL at the next waypoint. So I'm just gonna put pedal to the metal and. Okay, about 80 nautical miles to the next waypoint, and we should get there with about 1,400 foot of clearance. And we have a 79 knot tailwind. So a ground speed of 182 knots. Should get there in 22 minutes. That's not bad if you think about a propeller powered aircraft. If you think about powered flight and cruising speeds of general aviation aircraft, you're not really going any slower than anything else that's powered at this point. It's just that you're doing it at 19,000 feet, where, you know, okay, let's dump a bit of air, let's dump a bit of altitude. Oh, okay, that's probably not good because now we have not that much altitude left in the tank when we get to the waypoint, but dump some altitude, get there as quickly as possible. I tried to get up to my McCready speed. I might still just manage to inch it in. There we go. 103. Just set the aircraft, trim it out nicely for that. And then we'll need an extra 3,000 feet for the next waypoint after that. So we'll need to climb a lot for the next one. So, yeah. The thing is that the thing is like I'm so close yet I'm so far still. I'm only 400 nautical miles away from the from my final destination. Oh. No. No. I don't believe it. I went to pause track IR. Yeah, okay, so I went to press F9 to pause track IR, like this is paused, but instead of pressing F9, I pressed F10, and F10 does something really weird. So what I've done is I've just destroyed my track file. At this point, I might as well just yaw up to... I might as well just press yaw. I don't know what F10 does. That's yeah. Yeah. That's destroyed my track file, of course. I mean, I don't know how it's just gone immediately from 20,000 feet to like Nothing at all. I don't know that I want... If I just press F10 again, what it actually does. Yeah, just... I slew back up and pretend it never happened. How do I slew again? Is it Control C? No, it's not. It's Control something. Can you remember, Georg, the defaults for slew? I never knew that F10 did that. I mean, if I had known, I would have been more careful about pressing F9. But do you know the Shift Z? Nope. No, that engages that dumps my water. Oh. At least I'm seeing the scenery down low now. Oh. But that will destroy my track file. Shift Y. Yeah, now do I press... Now yeah, it should be Shift Y. Then how do I go up? F1. Oh, okay, if I hold down F4, but that... That goes upwards very slowly. Ah! Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah, I've got it now. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm just gonna have to use this. What was it? Shift Z? How do I I'll Control Z. How do I... No, how do I get out of... How do I get out of this now? Shift Y. Oh, there we go, okay. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Okay, so here we are. I've now pressed Shift 9 to pause track IR. So the question is, what has that done to my track file? And I guess I've come this far. I've come this far. I guess is it worth me continuing, or shall I just call it now? And then do another long cross-country flight another day and enjoy it again in you know, I have enjoyed this. But I'm wondering at this point, do I call it? Because it has been like 6 hours. If I had known that F10, and I literally, it was just the slightest movement of my finger between F9 and F10. Depends, are you married? Yes, I am. I have a ring on. Yeah, I've got a lot of driving tomorrow, and it's been fun. I feel like if I've destroyed my chances of completing a clean track file, maybe we are not here for track files. Yeah, okay, fair enough. We're here for the live stream. We're here yeah, we're here for the live stream, okay. We're here for the live stream, so I'll just continue. So we've got 398 miles to go, nautical miles to go. Oh, that's gut-wrenching, but you know, now I know. Oh, why are you why are you overspeeding, dude? So what will that have done to my track file? I guess that it's not like it's split my track file, has it? No, it's not. It's all still in the same track file. I guess I can still submit the track file, and the track file is still going to be interesting to view. So let's just continue. Yeah, I mean I'm yeah, still over halfway, and how long until the next waypoint? 13 minutes to the next waypoint. Okay. I'm sure the task directors will forgive you for a missed key. I hope so. I hope so. We'll see. We'll see. So it's just very straight lines and incredible speeds, but it'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I won't worry about it. These are the things about. I mean, this is why. This is why, like I was telling you ages back when I did that constellation flight, when I did stellar navigation. I did it through the night. I pulled an all-nighter, and the sim crashed 300 miles away from my destination. But that's we do what we do not because that happens. We still enjoy it. I just got back to the stream. What went wrong? So, yeah, no, I accidentally pressed the wrong button on my... So the button on my keyboard that pauses track IR is right next to a button that apparently just completely crashes the aircraft down into the ground. So when I was pressing F9, I wasn't quite looking at it closely enough. I went to press F9 and I accidentally pressed F10, and the aircraft just went from like 18,000 feet to like boom straight into the ground, and probably destroyed my track file. So well, destroyed my track file in the sense that it's not permissible to it's not, I don't know, my brain doesn't work anymore, but yeah. Crossing the Rockies in my glider at Mach 2, yeah. Why am I now able to glide faster? Did the okay, so the contamination, the ballast level, okay, the ballast level I was at 81%. Well, I'll leave it at 80. Contamination is at 1%. Let's go back to 0. There we go. I don't know if those things were changed whenever I pressed that button or not. I feel like there was a little bit of a change because the trim is a little different. I'm flying faster now, and I don't know quite why I'm doing that. I'd remove that F10 keybind though. Yeah. Let me just see what F10 was actually. Oh no, I could do it actually in the middle of flying actually, because this is oh, this dude is apparently, I don't know who that dude is. Okay, I could go to devices, keyboard, search by input, and go F. Oh no! Georg! No, Georg! No, Georg! Oh no! No, Georg! It's all your fault, Georg! Oh. It's all your fault, Georg! I'm starting to become unhinged now. This is just too much. Okay, let's call it there. Right, that's about right. 18,000 feet. Okay, why am I going backwards? It wasn't outside the menu. Oh, I see what you mean. No, but I was like, oh no, but this is 2024. Surely, if I just press, go into the menu, this menu, I can edit keys in this menu. But of course, they're still active keys because I didn't go out into the menu. I'm just not going to press F10. I'm aware of it now enough to the point where I know there's no way I'm ever going to touch that one again in my life until the sim is turned off. I don't know. I don't know if I don't think. Yeah. No, my brain. Let's just not talk about it anymore. It's not. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so ballast level 80%, contamination 0. That's fine. I don't want to talk about it. I'm in denial. Alright. Yeah. I'm gonna upload the track file anyway. It'll be fine. It'll be fun anyway to get it completed. But I'd probably be at the waypoint at this point if I hadn't made those mistakes. But... Oh, I see. Yeah. You would have warned me, but... No, I'm not. I'm not touching that button anymore. No, siree. I ain't touching that button anymore. I'll tell you what I will do. I will get to Kansas. Whether it kills me. I'm in Colorado now. Yay. No rough approach. I'm not starting again. I have a life. I need to drive for 6 hours tomorrow in real life. Wake up at 9 in the morning. I get in the car and I'm basically in the car until 3 p.m. So we need to get back to Kansas. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I've come this far, Classic, and you guys are all still here for some reason, so I might as well stay here. I mean, what's a little bit of an all-nighter once every few years, you know? It can't hurt. Ugh. Oh dear. I mean, I've not got horrendously far to go now. It's only 375 nautical miles left, right? None of us are married or... I stepped away to give a driving lesson to my 16-year-old daughter. Nice. Well, did you stop? No, I'm still going. Still going. I mean, my track is still tracking. My log is still recording. Let's have a look. So there are two There are two IGC files already. Oh, I see. I think once I crashed, it split the IGC file. Is that right, Georg? If you crash, it splits the IGC file and then starts a separate IGC file. Thank you. Keep going, yeah. If I just turn around and just quit, you're gonna be swearing me out for like a month. Yes, but it will save one IGC that contains the full flight. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. I am looking forward to landing. I am looking forward to landing, getting the wheels down, getting this thing down on the tarmac, and then coming to a full stop. That is gonna be its own reward, really. The journey is the real goal. It's just the experience of it, really. It's just experiencing what it must be like to do a flight as colossal as this. I think that's what's interesting. I think that's what's interesting about it to me. And the challenge of, you know, can you do it? Can you actually pull this off in the sim? Well, definitely not when you press F10. But no, yeah. Yep, crazy, still going. Only 25,000 feet altitude needed for the finish. Only. Okay. Oh! I didn't have the proper flap setting set down the whole time. That'll make a difference. Not since that last crash. Oh, that's why the trim was off. That's why the trim would have been off. I was wondering why, like, if there's a setting change, and I just didn't have the foresight to look down on that. I think it's whenever I accidentally pressed F10, it reset certain controls in the aircraft. Yeah, no, I was thinking that the waypoint isn't centered around where the best lift will be. I think it's somewhere. You want to climb a bit to the left of the waypoint center here, like this area here, or should I go back to this range of peaks? I think I want to go back to this range of peaks here, probably, like this bit here, rather than. Well, actually, no. Yeah, that's a good point. That's where. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit back in here somewhere. Back in here. That looks pretty good. Straight left from the center. Oh, like in the center, like right there? Oh, it's gonna be like there, maybe? Yeah, okay. Yeah. There's a bluff area there. Yeah. If you need a closer look at the terrain, just press F10. No thanks, mate. I'm good. I'm good. I mean, I could see that little bowl there that I could sit in. Currently not. Oh crap, I'm in really bad downdraft. Oh, that ain't good. Oh crap, I've just gone and like destroyed a ton of altitude there. Get out of that crap, thank you. Oh crap, I'm just on the I misread the elevation, like the graphics of the elevation there. Now it should be good. There you go. Just dumped about 1,000 feet there. There we go. Yeah, we're good. $18,000. Classic. Unfortunately, I have to go just to know. This has been really a sim epic. Thanks for the entertainment. I may just have to get this. Yeah, no worries, mate. Good to see you, Classic, and come by again soon. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the L1011, and if you make any content on the L1011, please post it in my Discord. I'd be happy to watch it. Thanks. Okay, we have 2,000 feet at the next waypoint there, Georg, on my McCready of 104, so I think I'm just going to book it and go. So at the end of this next leg, I'm just going to punch it. Actually coming down off that peak is going to be a bit of a downdraft, but we'll be okay. There's not technically downdraft off that, so... There we go. Okay, get set up. And we are just about good. Let's just trim. I might need another cup of tea before the end because okay, 16 minutes to the waypoint. Ooh, that's bad downdraft there. But there's not much we can do when we're around big mountains underneath us, and we've got a fair amount of big mountains all over the place. So it's going to be a rocky transition of this airspace. Only 2 more climbs to do. Yeah. Yeah, it'll definitely be a good sense of accomplishment when I've done this. I mean, if it wasn't for those stupid... I've never pressed F10 in this glider ever, so I just had no clue that would happen. But Such is life. Okay, F9. Let's just pause track IR. There we go. Well, I hope everyone has a good weekend, and hope everyone has a good Saturday tomorrow. And to be fair, I've missed the babby and the wife this week, so I'm looking forward to seeing them tomorrow. That's a lot of downdraft happening. Yeah, so Valanta says I've got an hour and 44 minutes, about an hour and 45 minutes to my destination if I was to fly direct between here and the end. So I am getting there. Weird to think that this entire trip is almost half of the width of the United States. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, so it's half an hour to midnight. I think it'll probably be closer to 2 p.m. by the time I'm finished this. Sorry, 2 a.m. I think it'll be closer to 2 a.m. before I finish this, and then... Yeah, so I'm going to have to sleep in a little bit before I wake up and start driving at 9 o'clock. It will be fine. Is the next waypoint, do we have a good serious ridge? Because waypoint 9. Yeah, it looks like we've got a good. Oh yeah, we definitely do. Oh wow, that's a really nice big bowl shape. That's good. Okay. And then waypoint 10 is a massive ridge. I'm sure there'll be more than enough lift there. But then that's going to be, we're going to have to get up to 25,000. So that'll take some time to climb up there. Arrival at the next waypoint, 1,600 feet. That's quite tight. Not terribly happy about that, but I don't want to waste any more time trying to climb. I think early in the task, I could have saved a lot more time where I think early in the task I was stopping a lot more frequently to climb in bits and pieces, whereas I should have right from the get-go like gone straight up to like 20,000 feet and then just glided, and then to the next waypoint, climbed, glided, climbed, glided, climbed, waypoint by waypoint. And I should have done that right from the start, rather than only kind of really get into that stride of doing that by waypoint like 3 or 4. But there we go. Yeah, FK, you look like you've gained a little bit on me, I think. I was just looking at the map there. Yeah, you look like you've gained a little bit. How do you even make these tasks? Do you start with a region and figure out what weather works, choose a preset and find? You are setting the benchmark for this task. You're the first one to fly in real time. Well, yeah. I guess somehow if we're able to like deduct those mistakes out of it, then we would have like an accurate benchmark of like, this is someone who's done it in real time. So yeah, maybe if you deduct like 4 minutes, like 3 minutes, maybe 3-4 minutes, I guess that's not a big deal. But if you deduct like 3-4 minutes off the time, because that would have been extra time where I'm trying to figure out that mistake, then I guess you've got a more accurate thing. Beautiful scenery though. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna feel good when I'm finished though. So we've kept our waypoint arrival AGL. It's still about 1700. That hasn't changed. I mean, crazily, my task speed is still 108 knots. I don't quite know how that's calculated, but... Is the task speed using the ground speed as the calculation? Because if it is, then it would make sense why it's 108 knots, because if it's using then it's using the high ground speeds of like 185 for 40 minutes, and then like 0 ground speed while I'm climbing, and then 185. You know, that's why I could see that it would come out to like 109 knots. But if it's not going off of ground speed and it's going off airspeed, I don't know why it would be 109 knots. So yeah, so the task speed, if the task speed is the average speed of the entire 5 hours, and well, if it's the entire average of 6 hours, I feel like it would be lower than 109, because there are moments, I suppose there have been times when I've been super slow because I'm in those climbs, but then then the question is, what have I been spending most of my time so far predominantly doing? I think it's in the cruise. Maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna need to start the day with some strong coffee tomorrow. Okay, so this is waypoint 9. Actually, this is quite exciting. We're going from waypoint 9 and then we're going towards waypoint 10, which is the last waypoint before the end. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ground speed makes sense, I think. It's the actual speed you complete the task distance in. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that sounds logical. Yeah, we are going to have to gain some more speed here. It is interesting, though. I mean, you know, when you did it with time compression on, and then you estimated it would take between, what, 6 to 8 hours? We're sat here at six hours task time, and we've got, I don't know, how long will it take more? Probably another hour and a half, I would have thought, if we've got another 300, we've got another 300 nautical miles to go. That's, well, I mean, if it's an average of 100 nautical miles an hour, that's 3 more hours, which I don't really want to think about. But actually, no, I'm not going 100 nautical miles an hour. I'm going a ground speed average of like 175, or I'm going faster than that. So it could be as little as an hour and a half. You reckon it'll be below 8-hour task time? Your confidence encourages me. I hope so. The last leg you won't be stopping to climb anymore. That's a good point. Georg, thanks. I guess it's just practice and get that feel. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Georg. The last leg is literally a straight shot with zero need to climb any further, which I can't wait for. The whole concept of having to climb again is starting to get a bit of an old one to me. Right, let's have a look at the terrain around waypoint 9. Okay, so it's not gonna look too bad actually. And FLW is still back there, hanging in there, waypoint 5. You know, despite the crash, I think it's been a lot of fun, and I've been looking forward to doing this for quite a while, since I first saw Georg do this, and since I was like, yeah, no, I need to try this myself. I thought I'll find a day when I've just got the day to myself, and I'll just sit down and I'll just do this, and it'll be a lot of fun, and it has been, definitely. I like the kind of carbon fiber weave on the dashboard. That's very cool. Very beautiful, beautifully modeled. I mean, Gottfriend's absolutely knocked this out of the park. It's just so beautiful. It's such a beautiful model, and when you pair a beautiful model with good systems and realistic flight dynamics, it's so worth buying, you know. I'll get you, better be fast. Yes, this will be one to remember, definitely. One for the books. Now, where is my waypoint? This is going to be close. 1,730. 3 minutes to go. Okay, let's zoom in and see. Well, we'll see what it looks like on the map when we get there. So Have you used the bug wipers before? I clicked on the thing. Yeah, so contamination level is 0, so I haven't needed to use them, but it would be cool to use them. Is there a button in the trim trigger? Is there a button or a lever? Pitch trim. Landing gear. Yeah, it'll be somewhere. I'm gonna focus on my task here at the moment. I have a feeling, will I actually make it? It's the toggles on the left between Vario and ASI. Oh, all right. Oh, cool. Hey. All right. I've got to not like crash into the side of the mountain. Because that would be bad. Right. I've got this rough area to get over first. So I might as well do this one as well. Okay, done. Down at 13,000 feet, but the AGL is 3,500 feet. Yeah, it shows you it's getting high. God, like 10 minutes to midnight now. Okay, it's this bowl shape, I think, just in here. Okay. Yeah, turn right at the center. .79 nautical miles, so pretty much similar. Yeah. Beautiful scenery, look at all the lovely white trees and the snow and everything. Really nice. That's some really strong, stable lift there. That's nice and efficient. We should be able to get up to our next altitude soon. But we're negative 5,000 feet to the next waypoint, so we've got at least 5,000 to climb. So... 6 hours on the task? Yeah, I don't feel at this point, if there's only waypoint 10 and then the end, I don't know that it will be 8 hours. I think you're right. I think it might be like 7 hours, 7.5 hours or something like that. I'm only feeling there's another hour and a half in this left at this point. Come on, another 3,000 feet. This is high. You're on your way to waypoint 6? Nice. I've got to climb another, I would say another 3,000 feet, probably, before I can make it. Right, I just don't want to get too close and then accidentally slip over. I'll see if I can back up slightly. It's lost all lift there. That's a bit weird. There we go. There we go. That's nice and strong. 70 knot headwind. Hanging on a thread. Oh, I'm starting to get tired now. I think a final cup of tea is going to be in order, but you know, I think maybe I'll go grab a cup of tea. Oh, I'll go grab a cup of tea when I get back into cruise towards waypoint 10. There we go. That's the way it's done. You just sit right there. That's satisfying to be able to hang on the wind like that. Yeah, that's right. Get the climby bit out of the way, and then coming up on 20,000. Waypoint arrival AGL is finally in the positive. Yeah, it's pretty... actually, I could make it. I think I could make it. But there's a lot of rough terrain to get past first, which might bring me some dips, which might shave off. So that would still be very Where is my waypoint +1 gone? Surely I had waypoint +1 gone on there. Or maybe it's because I'm on the Google map. Maybe it's only on the other one. Have you tried? Have you ever tried Condor Soaring 3? What's that? I've not heard of that. Is that a different flight sim? Is that like a different flight simulation platform? Yeah, that's a fair point there, Noah. Well, I've got 1,000 foot to spare now. I think I'll be alright. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. It's the real soaring simulator. Interesting. So, could you pop a link in the chat to the website for that simulator, or? All right, there we go. Oh, that is a long glide. Look at that flat expanse in front of us, and then the far ridge on the far side. That ridge on the horizon is where we need to be. That's a ways, and we're gonna arrive at our waypoint with 1,000 feet to spare. That's quite a challenge we've decided to do. Right, guys, I'm gonna just hit exit and pause the sim while I go and make a cup of tea. I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea, and I'll be back in a moment. All right. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm stuck in some pretty annoying downdraft here. But I'll get there. Oh, the link's in the chat. Thank you. I will go click on that.
Whoa.
I can't see it. Is it in live chat? It's not live chat. You mean the I can't see it. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Let me just Google it. Condor Soaring 3. Condor Soaring, the complete soaring simulator. Ah. Okay. Interesting. So what scenery is it using there? What scenery is it using there? Is it just some sort of satellite ortho it's pulled? That's quite nice graphics, to be fair, for something that's calling itself like for something that goes in fully into hardcore simulation. The graphics often take a slightly backseat, and that's fine. That we all understand that, and that's fine. Excuse me. Like Falcon BMS. I think Falcon BMS, everyone talks about Falcon BMS. In the DCS space, everyone's like, oh yeah, DCS is good, but then there's Falcon BMS. It's like, when you look at Falcon BMS, it's graphically nowhere near DCS is, but it's because, you know, it's all of the dev time has gone into the actual simulation, not really the graphics as such. And everyone's okay with that because they know what they're getting, you know? Almost all the world, okay. So they've got almost all the world mapped to that level of detail, which is similar, it's kind of similar to MSFS. But you've got like fully simulated air model, air currents, winds, up currents, down currents, all those sorts of things, thermals, ridge lift, soaring lift. That's really cool. I can understand, I can see how if people are only interested in gliding, they would go for that rather than this, because this platform will cater it will try to cater for everyone and everything. And if people only want to do gliding and that's what they really care about, and they care about the realism 100%, that's what they'll go for, and that's good. Okay. Okay, here we go. So we've got pretty much a dead glide now from now until that ridge line over there, way off in the distance. 50 nautical miles away. Always a bit of downdraft there. Graphics compared to MSFS look like Minecraft, but flying physics and weather are unbeatable. Nice. Yeah. That's cool. I've been flying MSFS since 1994 until I flew Condor for the first time. Ah. So my first experience of flight sim was Microsoft Flight Simulator 95. I probably flew it in like 1997 or 1998. And then I think Microsoft Flight Simulator 1998 came out, which was again a step up. You know, I got used to, I kind of got to know Meg's Field and, you know, the classics. And I remember in FS 95 and 98, when you took off from Meg's Field, the AI traffic was essentially just doing circuits, and the GA aircraft would do small circuits, and then the Learjets would do bigger circuits, and then I think there was a 737-700 or 600 or something like that. And the commercial jets would do an even bigger circuit, and so you could take off and fly around, but you could follow the AI aircraft in their circuit, and that's what I'd sometimes do. Haha, I'm already subbed to the channel. I'll wait for you to try the Condor. Does it cost anything? Because that's one of the things. It's like, if it costs anything at the moment, I can't afford to really spend any more money on any different new sims. You know, I've already allocated. I'm gonna have to allocate some funds to the L1011 when that comes out, because that's gonna be a primary aircraft on my sim. But so there's so many things these days that I pass up on now because I'm like, I just don't have the money. I've got a kid. I don't have the money, and it's not an add-on that I would feature on my YouTube channel anyway, because I only feature general aviation and traditional airliners, like anything from prop liners up to like the pre-GPS stuff. So I'm looking at this this ridge way out on the horizon, 44 nautical miles away. And I genuinely don't believe my eyes when the computer in front of me is telling me that I will reach that location. I genuinely am looking at that going, there's no way this aircraft gliding can reach that. But it's just that shows you how insanely efficient these machines are at gliding. They're just incredible. What is the ratio? Is it like 40-1 glide ratio or something? Worth every penny. Yeah. Totally different conversation, but the moment someone is reliant on you, man, does spending for fun just seems so nonsensical. That's 30 quid at a bar worth of... what's 30 quid at a bar worth if you could get your kid a cute hat? Or... Yeah. Yeah, spending for fun just seems so, like, meaningless. Like, what does that even mean? Like, I mean, I never really learned to spend for fun anyway, because I grew up in a family of lots of kids. So I grew up with the very understanding in my core that you never threw money away. Like, you never splashed out. You always bought secondhand. You always, the whole thing. So and then of course when I left home and I got my first job and my second job and my third job, and I got a bit older, and I never had enough money anyway to throw around, so it wasn't like, so I've never been in a situation, now that I'm married and I have a kid, I am more stable than I used to be, and so I have kind of entered into that newer stage of, but the thing is, it's like, I'm a freelancer. I'm still needing to be very careful, and sometimes I'm not careful, sometimes I'm less careful than I would like to be, but still I do my best, and thankfully we're doing okay, and but at the same time it's like I'm I think also now when I look at entertainment, it's like, well, it's like it's just like, well, there's a new shiny toy on the corner. It's like, yeah, but it's like 30-40 quid, unless it's going to be, that is going to be one of the cornerstones of my hobby, then it's like, okay, that's fine, maybe, because you might only have one or two or three cornerstones of your hobby a year to spend money on, whereas everything else is just kind of like, well, you could do without that, like airport scenery. There's a lot of airports that I enjoy flying in and out of, but there's a lot of airports that, like, maybe I bought the payware scenery for it like a year ago, and maybe I've flown into it like 2, 3, 4 times. So it's like, what's the point where you have so much payware scenery that, like, you can't fly in and out of all of it all the time? So it's like you've just spent a ton of money on payware scenery which you don't really fly into or out of very often. So so there's a balance in life. There's a balance in life. That's all I mean, really. What do you look for in good gliding conditions? Good. I tell you what. Living as a freelance photographer, I'm currently an audio narrator and a freelance. I'm a freelance audio narrator and I'm a freelance wedding photographer. And I tell you what, photography is hard. It's even harder now with all the AI crap that's around. It's just made it even harder. So I 100% understand where you're coming from. In fact, the majority of my income now is not in photography, because you can't rely on photography in 2026 to pay your bills. You just can't. So I understand that. Yeah. Yeah, the weather presets from SSE are I've actually never tried gliding seriously with live weather. I should try that sometime, just to see the difference between just a random day on live weather versus one of the presets, because yeah, I mean, unless there's good ridge lift on live weather, cumulus thermals might actually just be really, really dodgy. Like, it might be really hard to get that to work. Anyway, so we are 6 hours, almost 6 hours and 20 minutes on the task. You still do weddings? I gave up on that early, so stressful. Damn it. Yeah. Well, I mean, you say I still do weddings. I only started weddings maybe 3 years ago, was it? 3-4 years ago. So, but actually they kind of rose to a peak, and now they're kind of tailing off a bit, to the point where I'm like, after this next summer, I might just pack it up and put my energy into another revenue stream, because they are a ton of stress. I mean, okay, you know, you get paid, you know, you learn to charge properly for weddings, but then at the same time, the amount of stress. You have to really love shooting weddings to be good at shooting weddings. Georg, I never found a thermal in live weather. One associated with cloud, that is. Okay. Yo, bro, just caught your stream. Can't stay long, so I dropped a follow. Thank you. I want to support your journey. If you wanna support me, go over on YouTube and subscribe to me on YouTube, because that's where I hang out more. I just use Restream to stream on Twitch as just an extra coverage thing. But if you wanna like support and follow, I would do that on YouTube. I can connect with your big Twitch. I can connect. I'm okay, thanks. Thanks for the offer, but I'm okay, man. Thanks. I'm not really in Twitch. I'm on YouTube, so yeah, just taking what I can in terms of jobs. Yeah. I've got a really good relationship with a client doing audio narration, so that's really my main gig these days, full time pretty much, and then I earn passive revenue on the side as well, which supplements my main income. So I'm okay. I'm happy. Really happy with the work I'm doing right now in my audio work. Obviously not now because I've got a cold coming on. But I was. Scenery here looks beautiful. I'm also branching out as in audio, and I've created a second YouTube channel called Yesterday's Bookcase, and I'm narrating stories that are in the public domain. So old classic stories. And I've started with Treasure Island. So I'm narrating Treasure Island at the moment, and then I'm going to branch off and do some more historical fiction that's in the common domain, that was written like back in the late 1800s, early 1900s sort of thing, where the books are actually in the public domain. The copyright is up, so it means that people like me can just narrate them and put them on YouTube. So if you guys are interested in any of the work that I'm doing creatively, go check out Yesterday's Bookcase on YouTube. Actually, I'll put the link in the chat. Throw me a subscription if you like, because I'm trying to grow the channel, and I would really like to push it. I really would like to push it seriously. So if anyone feels that they want to throw me a subscription, I would be more than happy and more than thankful for that. So yeah, there you go. So anyone wants to go subscribe, listen to me narrate and voice act pirates, are mateys, sorters. Right, we are at our last waypoint. Woo! Would I have ever thought I'd see the day? But then I've got 330 miles left to run, don't I? Don't I know it? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. There's a lot of public domain classics that you think about, and you're like, and you just forget in life, and you're like, oh no, I remember that story as a kid. That'd be really, really nice to listen to. But then it's like, you know, it's all to pay for, isn't it? So I thought if I do it on YouTube, then people can listen to it for free, maybe one day I'll make enough views that I can make some ad revenue off them. So, excuse me. I upload at the moment. I upload on YouTube twice a week, on Wednesdays and Saturdays. You get new chapters of the book. And then if the next book I start has longer chapters, then those chapters might have to just be uploaded once a week instead of twice a week. So that's the plan. Okay, so we're coming up to our last waypoint. Yeah, feel free to share it around if you've got friends who like audiobooks and classic stories and stuff. You know, message on the comments what you would like me to narrate next if you have any good suggestions that are public domain books, of course. Right, so coming up to the last waypoint, and we are definitely going to have to get ourselves over this ridge. So we've got some climbing to do, but this is going to be the last climbing of the morning. It is early morning. It's early Saturday morning now. Right, let's go back over to a map thingy that is thingamajiggy. Okay, so the waypoint's nestled right up in that nook. That's fine. I can sit up in there. You definitely have a good narrator voice. Thank you. Thank you. The thing with narration is I can do a good American accent. I can do good British accents, but it's more like Scottish. I'm more confident with Welsh accents, but Scottish accents are super difficult for me. So how does the glider gain altitude? Is there rising air before yeah? So there's rising air before these mountains because the wind is coming from behind me and hitting the front of these mountains, and the wind is being forced up and over the mountains, and it's that action of the air being forced up and over the solid rock that I catch that wind that's being pushed upwards, and that pushes me upwards. That's how I'm lifted up. So you'll see it in a minute. You'll hear the beeps. The beeps will tell you that we're climbing. You know, a friend of mine was is actually in the middle of reading. Or no, he's not in the middle of reading, but he said he really wants to read the brothers Karamazov. Yes, he was saying, he should try and read that, but yeah. I don't know if it's in public domain or not, but yeah. Okay, here we go. This is a bit of a tight spot here. You've put me in here, Georg. This is a bit iffy, but we'll see what we can do. Actually, I might just go off something a bit easier here. Two hours to the waypoint and negative 16,000 feet. All right, here we go. Right, this is me climbing. It's the highest spot. Okay. Woo! That's good. Yep. So you basically it's basically just like when you watch birds in the air, they kind of circle around where they find updraft, they'll just circle in that updraft and they'll climb. and you just you hang in the air and you just let it pull you upwards. This is quite good updraft actually. I've got over 12,000 feet to climb. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna be here until like 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, I'm gonna be here so long. 11,000 feet to climb. Forget it. Six hours 40? Okay. If you lower your MC. Alright. Okay, if we cruise at 94 knots there, then we've only got 7,000. Well, let's say we've only got 8,000 feet to climb. That sounds better. But then you will have to fly slower for a very long time. Yeah, that's a good point. I was close there. Oh dear, hang on. Get back in control, get back in control. There we go. That's a good line. Yeah. It's all very good, like, this is very good climbing. Well, I'm not quite... Yeah, let's see if I can get over to where I was. Yeah, thank you, Georg. It's been very helpful, Georg. You've been here practically the whole day. Have you just been at work in the office all day with us on a side screen or something? Yes, that's a good point, Georg. Thank you. Yeah, I have been noticing that. I have been noticing that over the evening. All right, okay. We're at 20,000 feet. I'm really interested to see what my waypoint target time will be once I set out. Well, actually, if I'm cruising at actually, good point. I don't know. We'll find out. Quarter to 7, so it's 6 hours 45 minutes task time so far. So that means we've got an hour and 15 minutes to get to we've got an hour and 15 minutes left to complete before it's 8 hours. Yeah, there will be no more lift after this. Yeah, give yourself a safety margin. Yeah, oh goodness me, I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. Every second I spend in this lift is a second saved. Really. Yeah. Excuse me. Get back into the good lift here. I don't think I'll make it, Georg. I don't think I'll make it under 8 hours. If you think about it, if I've got an hour and 10 minutes left before the 8-hour mark, and I've got 300 miles to run, I'm gonna have to fly at 300 miles an hour to get there inside an hour. And I know my ground speed is going to be fast, but I don't think it's going to be that fast. I think it's going to be like an hour and a half. I think it'll be... Yeah. Closing on 25,000. You said 25,000, didn't you? I think I'll be happy. Yeah, I've got almost 2,000 feet to spare now at 94 knots cruise. I'll be happy with 25,000. Yeah, it's working all nicely. Yeah. Okay, once we close on 25,000, that's going to be it. I think 25,000 is probably the highest I've ever climbed in the glider. Wow. Oh, you were at 28. Okay. Yeah, but the McCready setting says, you know, if I fly at 94 knots, I should have 2,400 feet left, which is a good margin. Well, it's 300 miles though. Coming up on 25,000. Okay, I think let's go for it. If we're gonna try and make it as close to 8 hours as possible, let's call it. That is 25,000. It's a long leg. And we're gonna hit downdraft on the other side of this mountain. Or maybe not. Right, here we are, folks. So we need to trim out for 94 knots, and then we're good for, hopefully. All right, so it says the waypoint timing is 1 hour 20 minutes. Interesting. And our ground speed is about 200 knots. So let's just climb up to about 94 knots speed. That's about 94 knots. Close to. There we go. All right. Outside air temperature is negative 11 Fahrenheit. And I have my last Pepsi Max caffeine free for the evening. Right. Yeah, I don't want to land out. I'm definitely not happy about that having to do that, but I've got 2,000 feet to spare, so let's just look at that bad downdraft there. Look at that. Gah. But then there will be updraft as well as downdraft, because there's a ridge ahead of me there, hoping that gives me a little bit to counteract. Okay, so we're saying an hour and 13 minutes now on the meter. Yeah, Fahrenheit negative. Yeah, it's negative 8 Fahrenheit now. That's cold. I don't want to know what it is in Celsius. Right, so what do we got going on here? That is a long leg, goodness me. And you did catch up behind me, but you've got some climbing to do. Right, okay, so and actually, interestingly, Volanta says that between me and the... So Volanta is now the most accurate it has ever been, because it's accurately depicting if I stay at this speed from here to my destination, it should take me 1 hour. But it doesn't factor in the fact that as I descend gradually, I will descend into air that has a slower tail speed. So the lower I descend, the slower I go. So it's not a linear. It's not a linear ground speed from here until the arrival. It will tail off slightly. Arrival height is dropping. Careful. Oh no. Which part of Britain are you from on? I am from a number of different places. I'm originally from East Anglia. It's probably the best way of saying it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and grab. Maybe I could try and grab some updraft off of this series in front of me. Kansas Sun Platform. Martha, some crazy English guy just... Well, it's not really. Martha, some crazy English guy just landed some flying contraption in my sunflower field. God darn it. Do you have a license there, son, for that there flying contraption? I'm fine. I've got 1,600 feet. What could go wrong? It's all good. Stop your worrying, Georg. Got 1,600 feet. Well, it's 1,500 feet now. It keeps going down. Oh. It's okay. You should commentate NASCAR. Fitting right in. Well, what do you do to comment? It's just like, and there they go, round the circle again. And again. And again. Wait for it, folks. What do you think they're going to do now? They're going to turn left again. Yeah, they'd think I was a Chinese drone, yeah. Yes, see if is there a way I can eke a little bit of updraft off this peak, but then I'm gonna have a downdraft on the other side, so... Oh crap, there you go. Like, what is that? Why? Oi! Stop that crap. Hour and 12 minutes. I might actually no, it's not going to be now. It's going to be over 8 hours. It's going to be just over 8 hours. I've got to concentrate now on trying to eke as much efficiency as I can out of this. Yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight, but it'll be okay. 1,500 foot. I mean, 15. Arriving over the airfield with 1,500 foot to spare is acceptable. It's just this downdraft. I might hit some downdraft going over this ridge, and I didn't get any updraft, which is annoying. So we'll just see how it is. But all I know is that from this point, if I don't, it's so flat, like you say, it's so flat from this point on. If I've still got positive at the waypoint arrival, I'm fine, because I know I can just eke it. And I'm cruising at 79 knots, and I need to be at 94 knots, so I could actually... I'm actually being more conservative than I need to be. If you can maintain those 1500, yeah. Get a bit of a wobble, bit of a shimmy. Yeah, look at the. Yeah, it's you getting some downdraft. But what I'm doing, if it makes sense, like if I was to bring the MacCready back to like 82, look, I've got 4,000 feet now. Look, see, if I'm gonna stick at 82 or around 80, I've got 4,000 feet all of a sudden versus 94. I'm not flying currently at 94. I'm flying at 82. But I would prefer, if I can, to fly at 94. Now that we're not, well, we are pretty much away from that downdraft. Let's try and get up to 94 and maintain 94. There we go. 1,100 feet. We're all good. Oh, but I remember what you said about the fact that, yeah, as you get lower, the tailwind slows down, so it's not going to be perfect. You will lose 60 knots of tailwind. Yeah. Okay. Well, then, in that sense, in that case, I might actually just come back to MacCready of 82, and sit at 82 knots. Then that's my only option at this point, isn't it? Right. There's 82 knots. So it's an hour and 10 minutes. Which is about eight hours, and that's going to be about 8 hours and eight and a quarter hours task time. I mean, I could have sat there and gained, you know, an extra 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 feet back where I was, but you know, life. How am I still getting downdraft over a flat desert? Stop downdrafting me. Yeah, I'm happy just to sit at 84 knots. And that's with a MacCready of 1. If I put MacCready to 0, well, that I'd be even slower, but, you know, that would give me a little bit more altitude, I'm guessing. But we'll see how we go. Yeah, I mean, it could still go a couple of different ways. And it'll get to the point where I'll be able to tell one way or the other how it's going to go before we get to the end. Probably in another half an hour, we'll be able to tell. We'll be able to do another calculation. And we'll be able to say, okay, actually, I'm okay. I've been flying conservative enough over the last half hour that the next half hour maybe I can push it a bit harder. I'm a bit more aggressive, but until then, I don't want to. But like Georg says, because as I descend, I'm gonna go down into less tailwind. Actually, I've gained a knot of tailwind. I don't know why I'm still getting downdraft. There are no mountains around here. Why am I still getting downdraft? Goodness sake. What is happening to me right now to give me downdraft? That is crazy. Yeah, this is kind of the crunch time, isn't it? I suppose the area that I'm going over is a little bit rocky, I guess. Coming up to like a dried up riverbed sort of thing as well. That's gonna. Yeah, I have a feeling this is gonna be. I don't like to talk about politics on my YouTube channel. The UK is slight decline in terrain. Yeah, there is a slight decline in terrain. That's good for. The UK seems to be on fire at the moment in terms of politics, and I'm not going to discuss them. So we're 80. If we can maintain our 82 knots, that's fine. We've got 3,000 feet to play with. Let's hope that that's enough. We've been having a very fun, long live stream today. Let's not spoil it with politics. It is, isn't it? We have crept up in our speed. Yeah, that's good way to think about it, Noah. And I think a lot of people find that difficult because so much on social media now is all about putting an agenda or putting something in front of you, and you have to just learn to just say, okay, I'm just not going to let what's on social media affect my life and my mood. So I think it's that downdraft. I think it's that very slow trickle of that downdraft there, Georg, that's been sucking away my my waypoint arrival. It's been a steady 1 to 2 meters a second downdraft constantly since I left. But you can see on the map, you can see there's a graduation of terrain, very, very gradual gradation of terrain in the color there, which may be the reason for that. Hour and 7 minutes. So it's going to be 2 o'clock in the morning. We're going to be past 2 o'clock in the morning by the time we get there. It's just insane. I should have started like 2 hours earlier than I did, but I thought that I could get away with starting at 5 to 5:30 and getting the stream done by midnight, but I guess I was wrong. Okay, AGL is 12,000 feet. MSL is 18. I see, yeah, as the ground speed gets lower, our waypoint target time gets longer. Yeah, I have a feeling, Georg, this might be a land out, Georg. Seeing the way these numbers are going, I feel like this may be a land out. Even from 25,000 feet start point. You went up to 28. And when you went up to 28, Georg, do you think that you had a huge amount to spare at the end? You probably didn't. I don't know. I might have to admit defeat and land out. After like 8 hours. Slow down. Yeah, I agree. I think that's the only thing I can really do. 70 knots. Yeah, 3,600 feet. I have to go down to 70 knots. That's incredible. I think that's the only way I can actually... Would there be thermals under some of those clouds? Georg, what are your thoughts on thermals under these clouds? Do you think it's even worth thinking about? Well, I mean, at some point I'm going to get down to the level of the underside of those clouds, so I'll find out at some point. But look at that downdraft. Did you find the same, Georg? You've still got a meter to 2 meters a second downdraft constantly since I left that ridge. It's not changed. No thermals. Don't let that arrival height drop. No thermals. Yeah, so no point thinking about thermals. We've just got to really eke out that we've got to sit at 70 knots. Can't remember the name of the final destination in Kansas, but it's an hour and 14 minutes. I'm gonna be going to sleep at 2:15 in the morning. Dodge City, thank you, Georg. Yeah. It'll be fine. I'll just sleep until like 8 o'clock in the morning. Garden City, Dodge City. I think it's one. It's either one or the other. It's probably Garden City. Yeah. Still going down. I would have thought at some point I would have seen ice on the canopy. But maybe I've just never been in icing conditions while gliding. Yeah, I'm losing that. I'm losing that arrival altitude. Yeah, happens at flying through clouds and cold temps. Yeah. How long has this live stream been going on for? 8 hours, and I've been live streaming already for 8 hours and eight and a half hours. So this is probably one of the longest live streams I've ever done. $223 miles to go. And the McCready is as low as it can go. Yeah, it doesn't go any lower. So basically, yeah, I mean, I could try and glide at 65 knots, but I don't want to try and do that yet. What I could do is I could just look for an airfield that's shorter than Garden City, and then land there and just call it and say, hold my hands up and say, I didn't make it. But, let's see how close I can get first, though. Or maybe I'll just try and land in a field as close as possible. You know? I think that's worth doing. Getting absolutely as far as I possibly can. Yeah, you see, that descent rate is sapping away my range. Still at -1 meters per second, constant ever since I left the range. So, for some reason, it's not quite. Tons of ridge lift between Vancouver and Calgary. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you could probably go anywhere you wanted to in that corner of the globe. Gotta make it to the end. Well, I'm gonna try. I mean, I've still got a -1 to 2 meters descent rate in the static air for some reason. Yeah, I'll go as close as I can go. Absolutely as close as it can go. Yeah, you see, it's slowly ticking down. That number there is slowly ticking down, and it's because my range is being sapped by this so KLAA in Lamer County. So yeah, I could, but at the same time, I think gliders are fine landing in fields, so I'm probably just gonna land in a field. I'll pick a road. I'll pick like a road somewhere, and I'll go and land near a road. Because that's what you would do in real life. You know, you'd find a good flat field that was safe to land in and that was near a road, and then you'd go and call someone with a trailer to come pick you up. That's usually the way it's done. Okay. Why is it still 1 hour and 13 minutes? It's because I get slower and slower and slower. So my actual arrival time never really decreases, even though I'm flying as far as I can. It's just... What does Volanta say? Well, Volanta again at this point isn't going to actually be helpful. It says 58 minutes on Volanta, but that's not correct because I'm going to slow down even more as I continue to descend. I could use my well, obviously it would be cheating to use my propeller, but I mean, if I wanted to, I could. But I'm not going to do that, obviously. I know, brutal. It's not going to let me get this far, I don't think. You can see my waypoint target's time is not really going down. Yeah, look, it's going up. It's going up. 25, 26, 28, 30. It's actually going up. So I'm not actually getting there. I feel like actually what I'm kind of torn now because I just want to go to bed because I know I'm not going to make it. I just want to go to bed and get sleep. So I wonder if it's worth me if I just land out after 7 hours and 20 minutes. That's incredible. And if I had just sat there on that ridge and climbed for another 2, 3, 4,000 feet, I would have been fine. Are you sure there's nowhere else I can go? Yeah, pretty much nowhere else that you can go for lift anywhere. Unless I can find lift like over there where you can't, Georg, but then that's going off of my track and that's crap lift, and yeah, it's not gonna be worth it. Completed if needed with the motor. Do you think I should? Do you think I should try and I mean, it's going to be a failed. It's obviously going to be a failed track save at this point. But yeah, it looks pretty flat in between here and the 1,700 feet. Yeah, 1,690. Yeah, look at that. So this is the killer. This is the quiet killer. This has been constantly a downdraft of at least 1 meter a second ever since we left the last ridge. And I don't know why. Because if it's supposed to be as flat as a pancake out here, why have I got downdraft still? Constantly. 200 nautical miles. So we've gone 100 nautical miles. But the problem is as I descend, the tail speed decreases, my ground speed decreases. Will you ever try again to clean a clean track record? If not, I get it done once and for all. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm probably never gonna. I'm never ever gonna do a track as long as this. Probably ever. The likelihood is just so little. So I might as well just go for broke and just go as far as I possibly can and then land out in a field, and then call it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Despite that, but it says it's going to take an hour and 11 minutes, and it's, yeah. This is what it is. This is the killer here. If it's only going to be 10 or 20 minutes more, why not try the motor and to the end? You'll be tired tomorrow anyway. I guess the whole idea with the motor is that you wanted to do the whole thing without. Okay, I'll see. Right, what I'll do is I will glide without the motor as far as I possibly can, and once I get down to like 500 foot AGL, I'll kick the motor in and then see how much more energy it took to get me to the airport. That's what I'll do. And I'll use the motor down low. I'll do some field skimming with the motor. That'll be fun. But this is painful because I'm gonna have to sit for over an hour, all along knowing that I won't make it anyway. That's the painful bit. It's gonna be yeah. Look at the task time now. So 7 hours, 8. It's gonna be 8 hours, 35, 36. It's probably gonna be closer to 9 hours, maybe 9-10 hours live stream. Because I've been live streaming now for 8 hours 35. That's that's almost 10-hour live stream. I don't really know why I've done this to myself, but I guess that's what I decided to do, so. On the tracker is, yeah, you've definitely caught up with me a bit, definitely. Unless I could find any little hills. Like, those are some hills over there. but like it's just gonna add so much more time. It's gonna add so much more time onto my track already, and it's like I just need to go to bed because I've got to drive 6 hours tomorrow. So yeah, it's still a lot of fun. Still it's been a lot of fun, and oh, I think if I hadn't pressed the F10 button and crashed out, I would have been feeling better about it, and as well, and all of that. So, I mean, 7.5 hours is quite a bit in a glider. So, my brain's starting to die now. See, if I keep, oh, okay. There are some airfields closer. If I really wanted to, I think the reason why I've got a very slight downdraft constantly is because the ground, even though it's super flat, it's not actually perfectly flat. It's actually very gradually pointing downhill. The purpose for the motor is to get you to altitude at the start and to make sure you can get to a safe landing spot. No shame in using it to make it to the airport. In real life, you would make the landing. That's safely. That's a good point. Task time at 5 hours and 20 minutes here on the way to waypoint 8. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, listener. I would, in real life, use the motor. You can just pick up, you can pick a closer, and that's... Oh, you can just pick a closer airfield, then it's not an outlanding. Really? What, so what's... Do you mean in terms of the track file? What does that do in the track file? Does that not call it an outlanding then? Yeah, you see our arrival waypoint altitude is 660 feet now. So in another 10-15 minutes, that's gonna just be gone. So we're pretty much done on that regard. We would have to use the... Yeah, it won't be a completed task. So it won't be a completed task, but I mean, I guess it would also be a failed uncompleted task because the of the F10 issue earlier on, but you flew to an actual destination. So if I fly to an actual destination, what does that technically mean in term for the track file? Call it a plan B. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. I mean, at this point in real life, I would have ascertained that I will not make my destination. So at this point, I could say, okay, let's divert now to somewhere. I can see the nearest places off to my left-hand side, kind of in this direction. I could actually just divert to somewhere now, and get to bed a little bit earlier. I think maybe that's worth doing. Maybe. I think that might actually be. Is an outlanding just defined as landing in the bush? Yes. Folks, I mean, I know getting to the end is all well and good, but that's another hour and 11 minutes of my life. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just call it. For the log, it will be an outlanding, but in real life, the pilot had multiple destination options. That's true. And this is the thing. It's like I'm not a very well-versed glider pilot. I'm not a glider pilot who has a huge amount of experience. And so what that means is I'm taking on a task of this magnitude with very little preparation in comparison with someone doing it in real life, which means that I'm not surprised that I didn't make it in that sense, but I did get pretty close. And again, it's that thing of saying, okay, you think you've got enough altitude, when you have enough lift, but then if I had sat there for another 5 to 10 minutes, I wouldn't be in this situation. But then, you know, how are you gonna know? Right, so if I hold this heading, which is kind of this heading here, there is an airport down by the river, which is 7 Victor 9. What I will start doing is dumping water as well. No, I can see on Plan G what's my closest. It is City. It's called City of Animas. Oh well, I could go to La Junta. Yeah, La Junta's off my like 10 o'clock. Yeah, let's go to La Junta. Thank you, Georg. Yeah, no, I enjoyed this. I enjoyed this. Again, I mean, it's completely different. It's a completely different kind of challenge to the challenges we do in group flights. So, yeah, this kind of challenge really appealed to me. I thought this really should. I need to try it. Let's see if I can make it. And I thank you so much for everyone who joined in the live stream, who really kind of kept me buoyed up through the hours. Right, let me just see where I'm actually going. Okay, it's not that far away. It's 11 nautical miles in front of me, so I'll probably see it soon. It's on the other side of this river, so it's about there. So. Right. Yep. I will keep going streaming on the SSC Discord. Okay, FK. You might make it, FK, and then your track file will be the first completed track file real time of this mission. So you've got the possibility in the bag there, FK. If you can, and you learn from my mistakes, because if you can climb up to 28 to 30,000 feet on that last waypoint before you cross the Kansas stretch, you'll probably make it. I mean, I think Georg, you made it with 28,000. I can't remember. I think I tried it with 25,000, and then that was my doom. So. Oh, there it is on the map. All right, a B-1 bomber. Wow, it's not fun. Yeah, I'm gonna call it and go to bed. So let's just get down. Yes, I would try from more than 28,000 feet. Yeah. Yeah, way easier in the group with others ahead. That's true. Okay, with all of my water out. Oh no, not all of it. Okay, still some more to come. Hey, it is what it is. I'm happy. I'm happy with. I've enjoyed it. I mean, I've come far further than I thought. Like a glider could normally, you know. And this is the thing. It's like the challenge is part of the challenge. Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm seeing the two runways. Yeah. I'm just gonna go straight in. Still venting. Still venting. Ballast tanks fully emptied. There we go. Yeah, this is probably one of the longest live streams I've ever done. I'll have to check afterwards to see which one is the longest live stream. But this is up there with the longest, so... Beautiful river. This is the thing with default scenery in MSFS 2024. It's even the default stuff where you've got absolutely no payware anywhere at all. You look out the window and it's like, that's still absolutely stunning. That's still absolutely stunning. Look at that. Beautiful. Imagine taking a little helicopter, you know, or a C-172 or a Piper Cub down along that lazy riverbed, like skimming around, and oh, it's just... There's so much in the sim to enjoy, you know? You're welcome, guys. I know, patience, this is the thing. By day, I'm an audio narrator, so I've already nailed the whole patience thing. Patience is not my problem. Patience is not what I struggle with, guys. I'm a professional at patience. It's okay. Right, so what I want to do is I want to just, well, I mean, okay. I was going to pop out the are you using an eye tracker? No, I'm using a Track IR 5 by Natural Point. I've had it for years and years and years, and it still works just as good as the day I bought it. No worries, guys. Gear down. Little bit of a crosswind landing, but it'll be okay. Don't know what this runway's doing though. That's weird. Oh, that's weird. It's not a Track Clip Pro, it's a side clip. The Track Clip Pro, I think, is the one on the hat, which I never got because I was like, why would I want to wear a hat every single time I want to fly an aircraft? That ain't happening. So, can't wait for the circumnavigation stream. It's gonna happen someday, right? Not all in one go, but... Oh. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to pop the canopy. Alright, folks. I don't really know where I am, but I got somewhere. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Folks, it has been an emotional experience. It's been almost 9 hours of a live stream. oh, my brain. I didn't make it, but that's okay. Yeah, diversion detected, set as a diversion. Yeah, complete now. There we go. Wow, so let me actually just look at that on Volanta. Volanta will tell me exactly what I did. Not from the actual... So Volanta will tell me what I actually did. Flights... This track file here. Yeah, so this is the track file, and it will show me from the actual tow plane start, not the actual gate start, right? It'll actually show me from the very beginning. So that was actually Georg on Volanta tracked. That's 1,013 nautical miles. So even because even not getting to the end. Even not getting that distance to the end, I was still over 1,000 nautical mile from chocks off to chocks on, basically. Flight time, real time, 8 hours 22 minutes. Yeah. Off blocks was 16:58, which is 4:58 p.m. On blocks is 1:32 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, the distance. Oh, it's been a pleasure. Yep. Thank you very much, guys. I have to say, from the very moment I started live streaming until now, there's been more than 10 people in the stream. So I'm overjoyed. I'm super enjoyed that. Really, that was an absolute treat to do that, just for fun. And what we'll have to do is, because we've now proved that I am capable of doing an almost 10-hour live stream. What is it now? 9-hour live stream, sorry. I will have to do some live streams of the L1011 when it launches for mini builds, and we'll definitely be doing some transatlantic crossings, some long hauls with that. Maybe both on live stream, but both on pre-recorded videos. So stay tuned for that. Please subscribe to the channel, and you'll get some notifications when videos and live streams come out. So that's it from me, folks. Have a good day, and I'm going to go to sleep. Good night.